Hi there. Just focus on this website's background and watch this. That's not a static image, it's a real video. And with one click, the entire background switches from a day to night. And down here, that's your local city, your current location. This is your local time. And here is your current live weather. The site figures out where you are on its own. Every section animates in as you scroll, and it's not random, it's perfectly made in sync. That's why the whole thing feels more alive. Just see the text colors, borders, and everything blends perfectly with the background and feels very minimal yet rich. You can check the live link given in the description to check this portfolio on your own device. You don't need to be advanced for this. If you know what a React component is, you can follow along. I'll explain everything else as we move forward. By the end of this video, you will have built this entire thing from scratch to exactly what you just saw, and you will actually understand why each piece works. To build this, we are going to use Next.js 16, React 19, Tailwind CSS, and Framer Motion. Now let's build this. Now I don't want you wasting an hour hunting for images or fighting with the asset files. So I have put all the photos, the videos, and all the text into a starter repo. You can find its link in the description or just copy it from here. Let's clone this repo. If you have SSH connected, you can copy this, or you can copy this URL, or you can also download this as a zip file. Let's open the command prompt. Make sure you are on the right project directory. Let's just write git clone and paste the URL. So this will install all the media files and basically everything for a starter repo. Let me copy this cd and change its directory. So if you have VS Code installed in your system, you can just write code dot and it will open this repo in a VS Code. Now before we start writing the code, let me explain the structure of this repository. So first we'll have the app folder. For those of you who don't know or who are new to Next.js, so this folder will contain all the pages that we are going to have on our portfolio, and the components folder contains all the components. So right now we have 3 shadcn components. We are not going to use more than that. And let me go to the library and content.ts. So here I have already added a few color variables, so you don't have to write directly by following the screen. You can directly copy and paste these variables because these are important. We cannot make any mistake for this. These are all design tokens that we are going to use. And besides that, I have also added all the content for different section that we are going to use, so that we don't waste time in writing all this. And apart from this, in the public folder, I have added all the media files assets. For example, this main hero poster in a day, and this is the night poster, this is the video, and the night scene video. So I have generated this using ChatGPT. Let me show that to you. I will add this prompt in the final code, and if you want to try it right now, you can just copy this prompt, go to ChatGPT, select the create image, and you should be able to generate image like this. Now if you want to convert this to a night scene, just add this prompt after this generation. So it will convert that image into the night scenery. Similarly, for the videos, I have used Gemini. So where you just have to paste this image and use this prompt to generate the whole video. Now I have removed the audio from these videos because we don't want that audio right now. And this projects folder contains all the thumbnails for the project section. These are all images generated using AI, but you can use your own screenshots. So this is it for the repo. Now let's start the development server. Actually, we forgot to install the dependencies. So either you can use npm, or if you have burn installed, you can use burn and write install. And this will install all the required dependencies. We have not used so many different libraries. We have just used Framer Motion for animation, Next, Radix, and shadcn and Tailwind. I think that's about it. And we are not going to use the Lucid React, but we are going to use Phosphor icons. And it has installed all the packages. So let's run burn run dev. And our development server is up and running. You should be able to see this page. Let's start with the layout.tsx file. So the layout.tsx file in Next.js acts like a frame. Whatever you add in this file, it will be rendered throughout the application. And here in children, we should be able to render multiple different pages. Now here you can basically add fonts or anything that you like to load before the page loads. For example, you can have like this type of meta tags or scripts or a GTM tags, etc. And for fonts, we are going to use the guys mono, and here are their variables. So let's open the globals.css file. Here you can see we have used these variables right here. Now these are all shadcn primitives which are used by these components. So we won't change this, but we'll add our own design tokens. So let me open the content.ts file. And let's copy all this. So these are all the variables which will go inside the theme. All right, now for these values, let's copy them from right here. We'll add all this variable inside the root. So as mentioned here, this is our brand accent. We'll use primarily on CTAs and few words. Like we want to use this accent aggressively. And this is the canvas, or you can say background. So we'll use warm cream canvas and never a pure white. Now these are the hairlines. You can consider hairline as a 1 pixel thin borders. Because of this, we have that richness in our portfolio, and we are not using any type of shadow here. And then we'll use a warm near black, not pure black, for text. And then we have this terminal. For this terminal, we have this 3 different colors. So here they are. And then these are for the overlay and success and error colors. We have used all this right here. And for a shadcn, let's copy this one. I think we should replace this one. That's it. Now let's start developing the hero section first. Let me close all this. Let's remove all this, even this class names, and just write relative. And here we will render the hero component. So let's go to the components folder, create one file called hero.tsx, and let's create one functional component, export. Let's name it as function hero. And right now, let's just return one section. Now, since we are using TypeScript, so we have to add the type. So add react element. Let's save this and let's render it right here. And here it is. Now in the hero, first let's add the background image. So for that, since we are going to import two images for a day and night and two videos, so instead of importing it manually, let's just create one constant. Let's name it as media, and this will contain one object. Let's name it as day. First we'll import the poster and then the video. Let's copy this for the night, and here let's go to public assets and hero day poster, and here public slash assets hero background video. Similarly, let's import the night poster and the video. Let's use this inside this section, background image and video right here. First, let's add one div. Inside this div, import the Next.js image component. In this image component, let's add the src. So we'll import the media. Let me use this right here, and then day and poster. And with src, let's add alt. Let's just say code bugs. After alt tag, let's set width and height to fill to cover the whole screen, and set it to priority so it loads faster. And then let's add sizes attribute to 100. We want it to cover the full screen. And let's add the class name. Now for the class, let's say object to cover. Let's save this. Now it's not visible because we have to add the height for the section. Let's add it relative. Let's set height to svh. That means height is to full and width to full, overflow to hidden. Okay, there is some issue with the image loading. Let's just extract the src. Let's say const, and here we'll just use poster src name and media, and here let's say day, and directly use this right here. Still there is an issue. I think it is because we don't have to add this public. Alright, now it's visible, and similarly we can change this to night and it will show the night scenery. For now, let's keep it to day, then we'll add the switch. Now let's add the content on the left side of the screen. So we have one label, one heading, description, and two CTA buttons. So let's add all this. After the image, let me add one comment. Let's call it foreground, and let's add one div. Let's add the class name. Let's set the position to relative, z index to 10, display flex, height to full, and flex to column. Now in this div, if you see in this portfolio, we have to add some space for this navbar. So let's add that. Otherwise, the navbar, this image will be shown after the navbar. So in the foreground, let's add a self-closing div. Let me add the class name. Set height to 16 for the navigation bar. Shrink 0. And for larger screen, set height to 20. Let me add a background for now, so you should be able to understand why we have added this. Now you can see this space, we are keeping it as it is for the navigation bar. Otherwise, it will push this image to the down, but we don't want that. Let me remove this background. Now let's add the content. So in this div, let me add the class name, set display to flex 1, so that it covers the maximum area in the screen, and items to center. Now here, let me add one more div, and let's set its class name. Keep margin left and right to auto. Let's set width to full, but maximum width to 1480 pixels. And for a smaller screen, let's set padding left and right to 6. For a screen up to SM breakpoint, we'll set 10. And for screens larger than LG, we'll keep padding left and right to 14. Let me add the background for you to understand. Let's add one more div for this part and set its width to around 640 pixel, so it won't go on the right side. Let's add div, and in this div, let's set maximum width to 640 pixels. Now here we'll add one paragraph tag, and let's just write full stack AI first engineer. And for the H1, let's add modern software. Let's add BR, so it shows the next text in new line. Right, build to think, again one more BR, and use shift N to N. Let's save this, and here it is. After this H1, let's add the description. Let me just copy it from here. Alright, and after this p tag, we'll add two CTA buttons. So inside the div, let's import button component from UI/button, and in this button, we'll add one link, which is the next link. And here, let's just say view selected work, and for the href, let's add the ID of the work section, which will build next. And after the link, after this text, let's add the arrow. So just write arrow up right icon. Make sure you have imported this from the phosphor icons. And here let's add size to 16 and weight to bold. Now this will give you error unless you add as child prompt in the button. And let me copy this, paste it right here. This is for the contact. Change this text to get in touch. Let's remove this arrow icon. Let's save this. Alright, now this is giving us the error. I think it is coming from the icon. So here, let's use SSR, and it is working fine. So I think phosphor icons are using a context API, so that's why it is causing the issue. And if we want to use the context API, we have to make this component a client-side component. So instead, we have imported this from the React/SSR. Now let's design all this content. Let me minimize this. First, in this paragraph, let me add the text. For a text, we'll use text overlay cream with 70 opacity. Let me remove this background as well. So here it is. You should be able to see it. It's like very light. And since we are going to use this same label in multiple different sections, so for example this one, and here it is, let's convert a class name so that we can reuse that class everywhere. Go to the globals.css file, and here after the base layer we'll create another layer for components. You can name it as layer components, and here let's add that class. Let's name it caption dash uppercase. Let's keep the font size to 11 pixels and font weight to 600 and set line height to 1.4 and letter spacing to 0.08 em and text transform to uppercase. Let's copy this class name and paste it right here. I think it is not working. Let me check the component name. Alright, here I made a typo. Alright, now it is a bit bolder. Now before we style all this text, let me add the dark overlay like this one, so this text is more visible. Now here we have a 3 overlay. One is for the top, one is for the bottom, and other covers this section. So let's add those. After this div, let's add the overlay. Let's create a self-closing div and the class name. Set position to absolute. Inset 0, z index to -10, and background. Here we'll add one linear gradient. So you can write linear gradient, and it will be at 108 degree. And then let's add the color, write RGBA, and here set 15, 15, 12 and 0.78 for the opacity. And then now this color will start from the 0%. Let me copy this and paste it for 2 more times, 1 and 2. Here we'll change the opacity to 58, and instead of 0% set it to 22%. Here change this to 32 and up to 46%. Let me copy it and paste it for 2 more times. Change this to 68 and here 84. So I came up with all these values by doing trial and error. You can even change this if you want, but I think these are the best value for the overlay. Let me remove this. Here let me set opacity to 0 instead of 0.32, and for 68 we'll keep it to 0.08. Let me remove this. Let's save this. Now here this overlay is not visible because the image is on top of the overlay. So for the image, let's add position to absolute and set index to 20, and let's set inset 0. Alright, here it is. You should be able to see the overlay. Let me comment this out. Now for the text, let's use text dash overlay cream, and for the background use bg overlay ink, and here set this to isolate. Now it looks much better. Now let's add a class name for all this text. Now for the h1, let's set margin top to 5, leading, that means the line height, to 1.04, and tracking, that means the letter spacing, to negative 0.03 em. And for the text, we'll use the clamp function. So just write text clamp, and in here let's try 2.25 RAM, 4.8 viewport width, and 4.25 RAM. Let's save this. Alright, let me explain the clamp function. Now this clamp function helps you create the fluid type. So let me just add comment. So clamp means the text won't be smaller than 2.25 RAM, and it won't be bigger than, that means the maximum font size can go up to 4.25 RAM, and in between it scales based on the screen width at 4.5%, 4.8% of screen width. So let me demonstrate. As you can see, if I change the screen width, it is changing, but after some point it is not shrinking, and same goes for the maximum size. Now let's add the class name for this description. Set margin top to 5, max width to little bit less than the parent, so 560 pixel, and let's set text size to base, text overlay cream with 60 opacity, let's keep it 80, and leading to 1.6. and now for the buttons, in the div Let's add margin top to 9, flex wrap, items to center, and gap to 3. Alright, now for this first button, let's add the class name, set height to 11, rounded MD. Now let's set padding left and right to 5, and text SM, font medium, and then on hover, let's set VG primary active. Looks great. Now let's add ring as well on hover, on focus visible, set ring primary with 40 opacity. Okay, looks great. Now for the next button, let's change its variant to ghost, and then add the class name. Let me copy all this, paste it right here, and change few things. Let's add border overlay, cream with 25 opacity, and BG overlay to cream with 0.06 opacity. You should be able to see a light border and the little bit blurred background. We'll also set the backdrop blur to 2 pixel, and on hover change this to PG overlay cream with 15 opacity, and let's change the text as well. Let me remove this. On hover, change text color to text overlay cream. Let's add the border class as well. Alright, looking great. Now let me format this. Now let's compare. Now this one has a space on the left. Let me check. Right, it should be MX auto, and here it is. Now everything looks much better. Now let's add the video in the background. So before the image, we'll render the video element. First, let's get this video from here. Let's get video, name it as video src, and in this let's add src, video src, and then add autoplay. We'll add muted, loop, and plays in line attribute. Let's set preload to auto, and we'll add, you can say, thumbnail or a poster as poster src, and that's it. Let's save this. It's not playing. Let me comment this out. Okay, it's there. So let's add a few classes. Set height to full, width to full, and object to cover, and for a larger screen we'll set object to center. So here first we'll render this image, and then when the video is downloaded and it is ready, then we'll play this video. So for that we'll use the use state. So let's use it. Let's name it as video ready, set video ready, and here let's for now keep it to false. And here we have to create this as a client-side component because we are using the browser APIs. So that's why you add this use client directive, and let's add one reference as well. Let's name it as video ref. Let's get it from react.useRef, and for now let's keep it to null. Let's set this video ref right here. Now we are setting this reference because we want to change few properties of the video. Instead of this, we can also directly import this. Now we'll use this set video ready state right here. So there is this attribute called on can play, and let's use the arrow function and set this state to true. So that means when video is able to play, then it will set the state to true, and then we'll set the image opacity to 0. So here let me use cn utility. So cn is basically a utility class which you can use to merge two classes or add conditional classes. And here let's add this, and we'll use video ready state. If it is true, then set opacity to 0, else set opacity to 100. Let's save this. So on reload, it is showing the image, and once the video is ready, then it should ideally play the video. Now here let's add a little bit animation so it does not look like the image is suddenly gone. Let's set transition for opacity and set duration to 900 milliseconds. Ease out. That's it. And now it's working great. Now let's add the site header component. Go to the components. Let me close all this and create one component. Let's name it as site header.tsx and export function site header. Let's add the type React element, and this will return the header. Let's render this at the layout file just before this children component. And here it is. So let's add the size position to fixed. Inset x to 0, top 0, set index to maximum, so 50, transition colors, and duration 300. We'll add this transition so that we can have this effect. You should be able to see on scroll it is changing color from transparent to white. Here it is. After this header, let's add one div, and in this div we'll add all the menu items. Set margin left and right to auto, Actually, let's copy this class name from here. Right, this one. We'll use the same on multiple places so that it will have that consistent margin and consistent width. Let's set items to center and justify to between and display to flex. Now here first let's add the logo or word mark. Import link from next/link for href. Let's just add slash and add a class name. Now here let's add one span, write code bugs, and there will be one more self-closing span element to add that orange dot like this one. Let's add group inline flex item center gap to 1.5 and text to base font medium. Let's add tracking to negative 0.01 em. Let's set text overlay to cream. Now it is visible. And here let's add height to 16 and for larger screen set height to 20. Alright, now let's add classes for the dot. Set size to 1.5, round it to full, bg primary. Let's save this. Looks great. Now let's add all this. If you check the content file, we already have all this link data. We have label and href, so we'll use this nav links. After this link, create nav, and here let's import it. So nav links dot map will have one link, and here let's render this link component for href. Grab it from link.href, and here we'll render the label. Let's add the key as well. Link.href. Here it is. Let's add the classes. So for nav, set display flex items to center, gap to 8, and text to, let's say, 14 pixels. Add text color to text overlay cream with 95 opacity. Now let's add that bottom animated line like this. First let's add this button, so we should be able to see all links and on the center. So after the nav, add one div, and in this div we'll add one link with href hash contact. Let's add one span and let's just say let's talk. Let's add the bottom border. So in the link, let's add a class name, set position to relative, set transition colors, and we'll use after with absolute, and bottom -1 for the bottom, and set the left to 0 and set height to 1 pixel, or you can just say pixel. Set width to full. We have to add a few more properties like origin start from left and scale x to 0. Let's add bg to whatever current we have, and on hover we'll change scale x to 100. Now you should be able to see this line. Let's animate it. Let's add transition to transform and duration to 300. Now it looks much better. We have to add one overlay on the top side. So let's go to the hero component, and after this one let's add one more. Let me just copy this, paste it here. We'll change few things. Let's add top 0, and here in set dash x dash 0, and we'll change this linear gradient values. Instead of this degree we'll use 2 underscore bottom. Change this to 55 and this one to 18, and change its percentage to up to 55%. And let me just remove all this, change this to 100% and 0.32 to 0. Let's increase the height to 32. Alright, you should be able to see a little bit darkness. Now let's design this CTA button. Let's add flex, item center, gap to 3. For the link, let's set height to 9, item center, gap 2, rounded full, border, padding left and right to 4, text to 14 pixels, transition, colors, and for larger screen, set display to inline flex. Let's save this, and here it is. Let me add a few more things. Set border overlay to cream with 55 opacity, bg overlay ink with 55 opacity, text overlay cream, and backdrop blur to 6 pixels, and on hover let's change bg colors with opacity 70. Alright, looks great. Let's add this green dot. Before this, let's add self-closing span, set size to 1.5, rounded full, and bg to success. That's it. Let's decrease the text size a bit. We have 14 pixels. Let's set it to 13, and let's do the same for this links. And now it looks a bit better. Now the site header part is done. So now let's add this switch. Now let's open the components folder. In here we'll create one folder called widgets, and in the widget folder let's create one file. Let's name it as day night switch.tsx, and let's export one function. Let's name it as day night switch, and it will return one button. Let's give it a type. Let's say react.react element. Let's render this in the hero. So after this button, let's create one div and render this component right here. And here it is. Let's first style this div. Set position to absolute, top to 1/4, and right to 6, z index 20, and let's set it at the center of the right side. So for that we'll use minus translate 1/2, and for the larger screen we'll keep some space from the right side. So set right to 10, and let's add bit more space for LG breakpoints to 14, and here it is. So let's design this switch. Now here since by switching we are changing the day and night mode, so we are gonna change this values to day to night and vice versa. So for that let's create one state. Let me just copy this one and paste it right here. Let's give it a name. Let's say mode, set mode. Initially let's keep it day, and let's send all this. Right now let's use this mode here, so it will be like same, and it's giving us the error. So let's define its type right here. So media will be type of record, and here we'll set the day night mode type, and let's add the type for a poster, which will be string, and string for the video as well. And for this let's set this type in here and export type day night mode. It will have a two values, day and night. And let's use this type right here as well. That's it. Now the type error is gone. Let's use both of this and send here as props. So let's name it as a value set mode, and on change will pass the set mode. And here let's deconstruct both the values, value and on change. Now let's define this type. So first value will be similar to, sorry, not date night, it should be day night. And on change it will be a function. So let's just say next, which will have the type of day night mode, and it will return nothing. That's it. Now let's use these values. So first we'll just say is day, and let's compare it with the day value. So this will become a boolean. Now let's first add some class name. Let's add relative, flex, width to 9, flex column, items to center. And here let's add one span. This span will contain sun icon from phosphor icons. Let's set its size to 17 and weight to regular. Let's create a similar span, and instead of sun we'll render the moon icon. Let's set gap to 1.5, set border and border color to border overlay, cream with 20 opacity, padding to 1.5, and backdrop blur to MD, transition colors, and on hover let's change border color to border overlay cream with 40 opacity. All right, and then on focus visible we'll add the ring overlay cream with 45 opacity, and we'll remove the outline on focus visible. All right, so let me show how switch works. So on click we are changing the position of this thumb. If you can see this cream thumb, so let's create it. Before the sun icon, let's create one span element. It will be self-closing one, and let's add class, set position to absolute, top to 1.5, height to 9, and width to 6, rounded full, and BG color to BG overlay cream. As you can see, it is right here. Let's style this icons as well. Set position to relative, set index to 10, flex height 9, and width to 6, similar to the thumb. Item center, transition colors, and animation duration to 300. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now you should be able to see the sun icon is basically covered with this thumb, so we have to change its text. So here let me use the cn utility. Let's import it from utils files. First add all the classes, and then we'll add the conditional classes. So if is day is true, then we'll have the text color to text overlay ink. Else we'll set the text color to text overlay cream with 55 opacity. Now you should be able to see the icon on top of the thumb. Now on hover, let's change the color as well. So for that, let me first add group here, and then on a group hover, we'll change text color to text overlay cream with 85 opacity. let's copy this and paste it right here, and here we'll reverse the condition. Right, now on click, let's move this thumb to the moon and change the mode as well. So in this button, let's set on click. Let's create one arrow function and let's use on change. So if is day is true, then change the mode to night, else keep it to day. As you can see, it has changed. Now let's animate this thumb to the down or up based on the mode value. So for that, we'll use the framer motion. So let's import it. Import motion from motion/react, and let's use it right here. So you just have to add motion before the span, and then you can use all the framer motions properties. So first let's set initial to false, and then on animate, now here you have to use double brackets, and so on animate we'll check the y-axis value. We'll check the is day is true. If it is true, we'll keep it to the current position, and if it is not, then let's keep it to 35 value. Ideally it should come down to the moon. Let's check this. Okay, is day value, it should be double equals. Now you can see the thumb has come down. Right, now let's make it a little bit more smooth. So for that, we'll use transition property, and in the transition, let's set type to spring, and for the stiffness, set its value to 420, and damping set to 34. Now it's much smooth. Now let's set this thumb in a way where the moon comes at the center. So for that, we have to change this value to, let's say, 40. Let's change it to 42. All right. Now it looks much better. Now let's add the radius. Set rounded to full. And it looks much better. Now let's fill these icons. So for that, right here in the weight, let's put a condition. If it is day, then we'll fill it, else set it to regular. And here we'll reverse the condition. Now it looks much better. Now for this button, let's set the role to switch. That's it. Now let's create this bottom stripe. So for that, let me close this. Now in the hero, after the switch, let's create one div. Let me just add one comment. And in this div, we'll add total 3 values. One is the, you can say, left label and scroll text, temperature, clock, and I guess location. Let's give it a class name. Set flex shrink to 0, padding bottom to 7, and for the larger screens set padding bottom to 9. Now here let's add one more div and add the class name. Now let's set margin left and right to auto and width to full, max width. It will be the same as this one. Let me check. Okay, let's copy this. That's it. Display flex column, item start. Now flex column is for the smaller devices and mobile versions. Otherwise, for larger devices, we'll set the flex to row and justify between. And for smaller devices, set gap to 3. Otherwise, set gap to 4. That's it. And let's add the paragraph tag. Now in here, let's just write available for new work quarter 3 2026. Okay, here it is. Let's set its position. Now ideally this bottom strip should come after this, and here it is. Let's add some class name. Now here set inline flex, items to center, gap to 2, and here we'll add this green dot like this one. So let me add one span, and here we'll have a 2 self-closing span element, because if you see in the demo there is a slight pulse animation behind this green dot. So let's create it. The parent span will have a relative position, inline flex, and size to 1.5. And for this, set position to absolute, inline flex, height to full, width to full, and animate ping rounded to full. Set BG color to green, so BG success 70, and set opacity to 75. As you can see, it is right here. First, let me add the background for this whole, you can say, pill. So in this P, let's set rounded to full, border overlay, cream with 20 opacity, and BG overlay to ink with 40 opacity, padding left and right to 3, padding top and bottom to 1.5, font to mono, and text, let's say 11 pixel, and tracking, let's add 0.04 em, text color to text overlay cream with 85 opacity, and backdrop blur to 2 pixel. And now it looks much better. So after this span, let's add a relative, inline flex, size to 1.5, rounded to full, and background to success. So this span will stay as it is in green color, and this will have this ping animation. After this p tag, let's add one more div, and in this div we'll add the rest of the text. So add one span tag and then add one more. Let's write scroll, and then in here we'll have the location, temperature, and the clock. Let's add some class to this div. Set flex items to center, gap to 3, text overlay with 65 opacity. All right, and for this span, let's keep flex items to center and gap to 3. So we have scroll. Let's use the caption dash uppercase class name, which we have already defined, and let's add that long thin line between the location and the scroll. So after this, create one self-closing span. Let's add the class name. Set height to 1 pixel. So you can write h-px, width to 10, bg overlay cream with 25 opacity, and it is right here. Also before this scroll text, let's add arrow down icon from phosphor icon with the size 14 and weight to regular. All right, it is looking good. Now let's see how we can get the live location, temperature, and the time for the person who is currently viewing this portfolio. Now to get the location, temperature, and the time, we have to identify the location of the visitor. So that's why first we'll fetch the location data, and as per the Next.js best practices, you should always fetch data on the server side unless it is a real-time application or the data really needs client interaction. So for that, we'll fetch all the data on this page. It is a server-side page, and then we'll pass that location data to the hero component. So for that, let's go to the lib folder, create one file called location.ts. Here we'll create the function to get the user's location. So first, let me export the type. Let's name it as geolocation. And this type will have city and then region. It will also be in the string. Then we'll have a latitude in number and longitude, which is also in number, and time zone. It will be in string. So let's use this. Let's create one function, export async function. Let's name it as get location, and it will return one promise with all this geolocation values. Now to get the exact location, first we'll fetch the public IP of the user. So for that, we'll use the ipapi.co. Let's use try and catch block. So in the try, let's use const response await fetch. Let's add the URL ipapi.co slash JSON slash. That's it. It will directly fetch the public IP address of the visitor. And let's add cache no store because we don't want to cache any IP address. Now let's put a condition if. So if the response is okay, then we'll get the data from response. So first since we are getting this as a promise, we have to use await res and use JSON to convert it to the JSON format. Now here we have to check first if type of d dot latitude is number and type of, let me just copy this, longitude is number, and let's return all the data in an object. So for a city, let's just pass d dot city dot to lowercase. Same for region. So for a region, we'll get it in the d dot country code. So let me first show you how we are getting all these values. You can just copy this and paste it in your browser. Now, right now I have blurred all these values, but you should be able to see all the properties that you are getting. It should contain IP, network, city, country name, everything. So after the region, let's get the latitude, d dot latitude, and same goes for the longitude as well, and the time zone. All right. Now, what if this does not work? We'll have to send the fallback value. So let me just create one fallback. Let me copy this. So for city, let me set it to Bangalore, and region is the India. So just say IN. And for latitude, let's set it to this 12.9716, and for the longitude, let's use this. And for a time zone, set Asia/Kolkata. You can set anything, maybe your own city values. Here, let's send the fallback value if we don't have the d.city. So for that, we can use fallback.city, and same goes for this one. We can use fallback.region, and for the time zone as well, dot time zone. That's it. And if we don't get anything, we'll just return the fallback. That's it. Now let's use this function, and right here, let's just say location is equal to get location function, and make sure to import it. And let's use await since it returns the promise, and we have to make this a sync function. Let's log the values. Let me save this, and let's check the logs. All right, we are getting the values. So let's see how we can use those values to get the right temperature data. So for that, let's go to lib, and here let's create one file called weather.ts, and in this file we'll use the openmeteo.com data to get the weather. So first, let me add some type, temp unit. It will have two values. Celsius and Fahrenheit. But by default, let's use Fahrenheit value, and also export the weather type. It will return the temperature in number and the code in number. So let's create the export async function. Let's name it as get weather. Now this function will accept the location data. So for this, we can use geolocation type, and it will return one promise which will have this weather type, or it can be null as well. Now let me write the URL which we are going to use to fetch the weather. api.open-meteo.com/v1/forecast. Now here we'll add all the search parameters. So it is better to add it like this: ur.searchparams.set. So first we'll set the latitude, and we'll get it from the location.latitude.to up to fixed to position. Let me copy this and paste it for 4 more times. Change this to longitude, and for this third one we'll use current. Let me show what it is. Just copy this. As you can see here, this current provides us all these values. So we have to first define what values we want from all this. So here, let me change this to, first we want temperature underscore to m and weather underscore code. You should be able to see all this from right here. So we are getting these values along with the weather code, and then we'll pass the temperature unit. Let's copy this and paste it right here. And then next is the time zone. So location dot time zone. That's about it. Now let's fetch the response. So use try is equal to await fetch pass URL, and here we will use the next cache, so that we don't have to fetch this temperature data again and again. So for that you can use next and then use revalidate, and here you have to pass the for how long you want to cache this data. So let's say we want to cache this data for 6 hours. So you can say 60 into 60 into 6. All right. Now let's say if response is okay, then we'll move forward. Else if it is not, then we'll just return null value. Else we'll store the response into the data variable. So let's use await res.json, and let's grab the temperature. So data dot current dot, let's copy this, and second is the weather code. So data dot current dot weather code. If type of temperature is not equal to number, or type of code is not equal to number, then we'll return null. It is better to show nothing instead of the fake value for the temperature. Return temperature and code. And for the cache, we won't show anything, like we won't catch any errors, so you can just say return null. That's it. Now let's use this function right here. Just say const weather equal to await get weather, and here we'll pass the location data. Let me copy this and let's see in the logs. All right, now we are getting this data, temperature and the code. So let's render it. First, we'll pass this to the hero component. Just say location data, and in the weather, let's pass the weather data. Go to the hero component. Here we have to update the arguments. First, let's deconstruct the location and the weather props. Let's name it as hero props, and let's define its types. For the location, let's get the geolocation type, and for the weather, let's get the weather type from our weather.ts file. It can be null as well. Let's define this type before the media. That's it. Now let's use both of these values. Now we'll show it right here, but for this we'll create a separate component called live locator. So go to the widget, create one file called live locator.tsx. Now here let's export one function called live locator. This will get the location and the weather similar to the this hero. Let's copy this type, paste it right here, and let's name it as props. That's it. And then this function will return the React element. Let's return one span. Let's just say location data. Let's import it, weather and the geolocation type, and let's render it right here. Remove the span. Let's pass the location and the weather info. Now let's style this. Let's change this to div, and the class name, set display to inline flex, and items to center, gap to 2.5, font mono, text to same as the scroll 11 pixel, and tracking, let me actually enter this, and the tracking to 0.04 em. Let's keep it to 12, and text color to text overlay cream with 65 opacity. And you should be able to see the change in this text. All right, now first we'll show the location. So just use location.city and location.region. All right, perfect. Let's add the class, set the text to uppercase. Now next we want to render the time, but in the location data we have only this time zone. Now instead of this time zone, we want to show the live clock. So if the user is currently in this hero section, you should be able to see the change in this values. So let's do that. First, we'll create one use state. Let's name it as now and set now. First, it will be null, and then let's use effect to set its state. We'll use set now with the current date. It will give you the type error. So here let's add the type, which is date or null, and then we'll basically use set interval function that updates this state value every 30 seconds. So let's just define it, set interval, set now, new date, and this will run for every 30 seconds. And let's clear this on unmount of the component and pass this ID. That's it. Let's log this value for now. You can see it is giving us the full date value. So let's convert it to the time string. Let's use time str and use new. For this we will use the intl web api dot date time format. We'll use the enus, and then let's format this over. It will be numeric, and minute will be 2-digit, and our 12 to true, so 12-hour clock, and use dot format and pass this state. Let's copy this, and instead of time zone, paste the time str. Now you should be able to see the time right here. You can even add the seconds right here, but for that you have to update this state for every second. Now this is giving us the type error. So here first we'll say if now, only then we'll show this, else we'll return null. And now we have displayed the location, time, and next is the weather. So for the weather, let me just use span here. From the weather, we are getting the temperature and the weather code. So this is the clear temperature and the weather code. So let's see how we can design this. For this, we'll create one function called weather for, and it will take code which is in number type, and then it will return the weather icon and one label which is in the string. Let's define the type for this weather icon component. It will be react dot component type, and first it will give us the size of the icon in number and the weight. So weight are depending upon the props that you can pass to the phosphor icons. Phosphor icon have a different weight values like thin, light, regular, and bold or fill, and the last one is duotone, and the class name, it will be of type string. I guess that's about it. And this size and weight and this class name will be optional. Now here let's put one condition. If code is equal to 0, then return, for icon will return the sun icon from first 4 icons, and label as clear. Let me change this. Now let's see for this one. Let's use this weather for function right after the time string. Let's just let's store it in the wx variable. So if there is a weather data, we'll use weather for function. We'll pass the weather.code, else we'll display null, and the weather icon, it will be from wx dot icon. Let's display both of this. Now inside this span, let me remove this and use the weather icon with the size 13, weight to regular, class name to text, overlay, cream with 85 opacity. That's it. Now this will give us the error, so we have to use the conditional statement. So if there is a weather and wx value, and there should be weather icon available, only show this. After this weather icon, we'll display the temperature value. So in here we'll use math.round and pass the weather.temperature. Now you should be able to see the sun and this temperature. Let's add the Fahrenheit or Celsius value as well. So here we'll display the symbol. For that, let me just create one constant. Let's get the weather.ts file, copy this, paste it right here, and let's add temp symbol equal to ftemp unit equal to Fahrenheit. Then we'll display degree and F, else will display degree, and C for Celsius. Let me copy this and paste it right here. Now it looks much better. Now let's design this. Let's use inline flex, item center, gap to 1.5, and for this temperature, let's set tracking to 0.04 em, normal case, and tabular nums. Okay, looks great. Let me format this. Now here we have this dots, so let's add those. So for here in the time str, first we'll use the conditional. If there is time string, only then render it. And before this span, let's add one more span, and here let's just write ampersand, mid dot, and semicolon. So here it is. Let's give it some class. Set text overlay cream with 25 opacity. Let me copy this, paste it right here, and add everything in the empty elements. Okay, now it looks much better. Let's resolve this error. Let me paste all the values for all codes. So we are going to render all these icons depending upon this code, and if we don't have any code, then we'll just return this cloud icon with cloudy label. Let me import all these icons from the phosphor icons. That's it. So the live locator is done. Now let's create this icon, this token usage widget. Now as you can see on close, it is showing only this small pill with the total token numbers. Let's create all this. I have already added all this data in the content file. Just right here. So let's use this token usage. It has a model, vendor, total tokens, and cost in USD. So let's go to the hero component, and after this day night switch, we'll add this widget, token widget. Now here let's add few class names. Set pointer event to none, position to absolute, right to 6, and bottom to 24, set index 10, and set display to flex. We have set right 6 for smaller devices. For devices up to SM breakpoint, we'll set right to 10, and up to LG set right to 14. Let's use justify n and items to n as well. And here it is. Now let's create one file in the widget folder. Let's name it as token-usage.tsx, and let's export function token usage. It will be react element. Let's just return one button for now and render it right here. Now let's change this to aside. Set width to 280 pixels and set background to overlay ink with 55 opacity, overflow to hidden, rounded XL, and border, set border overlay cream with 15 opacity, padding to 5, text overlay cream, shadow SM, and backdrop blur to 10 pixels. Okay, so our frame is ready. Now in here Let's add one div. Now, as you can see here, first we have this gauge icon, then label, then the total time, and the close button. So let's add those. In this div, add one button. In this button, add the gauge icon. Set size to 14. Weight regular. And class name shrink to 0. Text overlay cream with 60 opacity. Alright, after this we'll add the label, token usage. Let's add the class name, set it to truncate, and then add one span, and let's add mid dot, and then we'll use the label. Let's just say 28 days. Let me add a class name, set text overlay cream with 70 opacity, and let's add some classes for this button. Set caption uppercase, inline flex, minimum width to 0, item center gap to 2, rounded to full, text overlay cream with 80 opacity, transition colors, and on hover change text color to text overlay cream, and same for the focus visible. Set ring to 2. Now add few classes for this div as well. Flex minimum width 0, item center justify between, gap to 3, and white space no wrap. Alright, inside this div, now this is the close button, this one. Let's use X icon, the size 13, and weight bold. Let's set display to inline flex, size to 6, shrink 0, item center justify center rounded to full, and text overlay cream with 55 opacity, and on hover change PG overlay cream with 10 opacity, and let's change the text color as well to overlay cream. That's about it. Now here we won't be able to click on this because here we have set the pointer event to none, but for a token usage, let's add it inside a div, and for this div let's enable the pointer event to auto. Alright, now it is working fine. Now after this div, let's render the token usage data. Let's add one more div. Let me add the class name, set margin top to 4, border T, and border overlay cream with 12 opacity, and padding top to 4 as well. Add one more div, and here we'll add the p tag, and let's render the tokens. So from the content file, first we'll get this total token usage. We can render it like token usage.model.vendor, but instead let's create one function to properly render all the tokens. So create one function called format tokens, it will accept the number and returns the string. So if the token is greater than or equal to 1 million, then return one string with the format. Let me divide the number by 1 million and add the m. Let's set it to fixed up to 1 digit. Let me copy this and paste it right here. If n is greater than 1000, then here we'll divide it by 1000, and instead of m we'll use the k. Else just return the total number. That's it. And another thing, let's get the total token values. First we'll import the token usage dot, we'll use the reduce function. So this reduce function, it will take two arguments. First is the, you can say, the accumulator. Basically it stores total in this variable, and then we'll use the row. So basically ACC is just the accumulated total so far, and the row is the current object in the array. So let's use the arrow function, and let's use ACC plus row dot tokens and start with the 0. So it will basically iterate through all these rows or this data, and it will just add all these tokens and give us the total token values, which you can use right here. As you can see, but here instead of directly rendering this, we'll use the format token function. Now it is much better. Now based on this data, first let's sort this data. So first it shows the highest number of token usage, and then it goes from high to low. So let's just say rows is equal to token usage dot to sorted function. Let's use a and b, and let's see if b dot tokens minus a dot tokens dot map. This will give us the row and the key or index. First all the data of a single row, and then row dot tokens by total tokens. So why we are dividing this? Because we want to display this horizontal line that basically that represents the total share of each of these models. And then also let's set the opacity according to the token usage. So for that, let me just create one opacity values as opacity score values, and it will be a simple array. You can just manually add any values like 0.5 or 0.34, 0.24. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 values. So opacity values, and it will change based on the index. That's it. So let's show that line as well. Let me explain what we did in here. So first we have used this sorted function which sorts the rows biggest first, and then it returns the brand new sorted array and leaves the original as it is. It does not change this content. And then on that sorted array, this map function adds these two values for each rows, so that we can use it to show that horizontal line or share of each models. So let's render all these things. Let me add a few class name for this div. Set display flags items to baseline and gap to 2. And then for this p tag, set text to 30 pixels, leading none, and tracking to negative 0.025 em. And after this p, let's add one more p tag and let's add tokens. Set the text size to 12 pixels, text overlay, cream with 60 opacity. Alright, now after this div, we'll create that horizontal line. So add one div and let's use rows dot map. It will give us one row, and here we'll return one div. It will be a self-closing div, and for this div, let's set the key, set row dot model, and for the style, let's set width is equal to row dot share into 100%, and then same goes for the opacity, row dot opacity, and let's add the class name, set height to full, minimum width to 3 pixels, and rounded to 1 pixel, bg overlay cream. And for this div, let's set margin top to 3, display flags height to 6 pixels, and gap to 2 pixels. Now it looks much better. Now let's render all list. After this div, let's use order list, rows dot map, row and index. We'll render the li element. First, let's add the key. Let's add one div, and inside this div, add the span render row dot model. All right, and one more span render row dot pro vendor. And after this div, let's add one more div and add the span. Here we'll use the format tokens function and use 0 dot tokens. All right, we have all three values. Now let's style them. So first, let's add class for this OL. Set margin top to 4, space y to 2.5. Now for the li, set display flags items baseline, justify between gap to 3 and text to 13 pixels. And for this div, set display flags minimum width to 0, items baseline and gap to 2. Now for the model, set text overlay cream with 65 opacity. And for the vendor, set font mono, text to 10 pixels, tracking 0.04 em, text overlay, cream with 40 opacity. Alright, now it looks much better. For the model name, let's add truncate as well. Now for this, let's add font mono, set tabular nums, and in the span, let's set text size to 12 pixels and text overlay to 70 opacity. Okay, looks great. Now check the original one. Okay, we should add this dot. I think the opacity of all these models are decreasing from top to bottom, so let's do that as well. Before this model, let's add the self-closing span and the class name, set size to 1.5, shrink 0, self-center, rounded full, and BG overlay cream. And let's add the opacity as well. So style, opacity, row dot opacity. Now here we'll use the CN. Keep the truncate as it is. We'll first check if index is 0, then set the text overlay to cream, else set text overlay cream with 65 opacity. Let's change it to 85. Okay, much better. Now let's do the same for this tokens. Let me copy this, use CN. Let's keep text dash 12 pixel as it is and check if index is 0, then text overlay cream, else text overlay cream with 70 opacity. Okay, looks great. Now next we have this and this text. Now here, this is just for the showcase. You don't have to add this, or if you want to create a certain breakdown page, you can do that. Then link that page right here. After this OL, let's add one div. In this div, add p tag. Let's write updated 9 hours ago. And then let's add one link. Set href to, right now just say slash and write C breakdown. Let's add one icon, arrow up right icon with size 12 and weight bold. Let's style this. For the div, set margin top to 4, display flags, item center, justify between, gap 3, border dash top, border overlay cream with 12 opacity and padding top to 3. Alright, for this P, set font mono, text to 11 pixels, tracking 0.04 em, text overlay to cream with 55 opacity. And for this link, let's set inline flex, item center gap 1, text to 12 pixels, text color to text overlay cream with 85 opacity. That's it. Now let's add a state and a function to close this and show this type of button or a pill. Let me format this. Now let's make this a use client component and add one state. Let's name it as collapsed and set collapsed. Initially it will be false. If collapsed, then we'll render one button. And for this button, let me just copy this whole thing and keep everything as it is, but let's use this instead of 28 days. For now, let me change this to true. Okay, here it is. Let's design it first. Here let's add first BG overlay cream with 15 opacity, and sorry, it should be ink. Then there should be border overlay cream with 15 opacity, and this should be 55. Set padding left and right to 3.5, padding top and bottom to 2, text overlay cream with 85 opacity, and set shadow to SM and backdrop blur to 10 pixels. That's it. And let's reduce the text size right here. Set this to 10 pixels and change font to font mono. Remove this leading and change tracking value to 0.04 em and text overlay cream with 55 opacity. Right, looks great. Now let's change this collapse state. So in this button, let's add on click one arrow function and use set collapse to false. Let's see if it is working or not. All right, it's working. We have to add one here as well. Now add this button. Let me just copy this, paste right here, change this to true. And let's do this same for this button as well. And now our hero section is almost completed. Now let's design this next section. Let me close all this. Let's open the page, and here we'll add the stripe. You can either use a name practice stripe, or you can also use something like category stripe. Let's go to components, create one file. Let's name it as practice stripe.tsx, and let's export function practice stripe react element. It should be tsx, and return one section. Let's render this right after the hero. Here it is. Let me add all the values. So first, for the section, let's set border dash y, border dash headline, and padding top and bottom to 9. All right, and then we'll add one more div, margin left and right to auto, and width to full, max width up to 1240 pixels, padding left and right to 6 for small devices, else padding left and right to 10. And here let's add all the content. So for this, first open the content.ts file, use this one, practice areas. Let's use ul, import the practice areas dot map. It will give us the item and index, and let's return the li. In the li, first we'll render item dot k. So basically k is nothing but, you can say, a number. K and v are just properties which I have set. You can also name this number and a label. And another span here will render item dot v. Here it is. Now this is the key error. Let's set key index. That's it. Now let's add the class names. First, in the ul, set display grade. Grade calls to 2 for smaller devices, and up to md, set grid calls to 3, and for the large, set grid calls to 5. Set gap to 6 for small devices, else set gap to 0. Now for the li, let's set display flex dash column, gap to 1.5, padding left and right to 0 for smaller devices. For larger devices, set padding left and right to 5. And here, now if you see right here, we have this light border. So let's add this border for all the elements except for the last one. So for that, we'll use for LG, let's use ampersand and not first child, then set border dash left, and LG. Let me just copy this, and here not first child, set border headline. Now you should be able to see. Now this is the left border, so that's why first element won't have that, but all the rest of the elements will have this left border. Now for this one, let's add text muted ink and uppercase. Set font mono, text to 11 pixels and tracking to 0.04 em. Let's change this to 14 em. All right, so if you see in the original, we have used this same style on multiple places, like here on the label, on numbering. So let's create a universal class name for that. So let me just copy these items, go to globals, and after this dot caption class, let's use dot eyebrow, and in here we'll use the apply and paste all these class names. That's it. Now we just have to use this eyebrow right here. That's it. Now for this, let's say text sm, font medium, tracking to negative 0.01 em, and text color to text ink. Now this looks much better. Now if you see on this portfolio, if I scroll down, we have this reveal animation for this stripe, for this section here and here as well. So let's add this reveal animation for the stripe. So in here, first we'll import the motion from motion/react. Let's use this motion. Now we have to make this component a client-side component, otherwise motion will not work. So let's add the motion for each li element. So in here, now that this is our frame of motion component, we should be able to use the frame of motion properties like initial, animate, while in view, etc. So first initial, let's hide it, set opacity to 0, set y-axis to 12, so it should be a little bit downwards. Then we can either use animate or we can use while in view. So this will happen when component comes into the viewport. So for this, let's set opacity to 1, y-axis to 0, and set transition. For transition, let's add duration to 0.55, and for ease function, we'll add one array of 4 values. Now ease, you can say ease is a speed curve of the animation. You can even reverse that by using a negative value. For now, let's just use this. Let's save this. Now it's animating perfectly fine. Let's see this one. If you see, all children are animating one by one, so it has this staggered effect. Let's add that effect. For this stagger animation, we have to use the variant. So variant is nothing but, you can say, an object that stores the state, which stores the style of the component. So let me actually create one variant. Let's name it as const reveal variance, and here for hidden, let me copy this value, and then for show property, we'll just copy this one. So let's use this variance. So for that, you can either just use it directly like this, variance equal to reveal variance. Now let's see the error. Now this won't work because we have to add this variant name hidden and show to the parent element. So here let's make this motion component and then set the state, the hidden for the initial, and in the while in view we'll use the show. And similarly for the parent, let's create a different variance object. Let's name it as tagger parent, and for a hidden let's keep it empty. For a show, let's add similar value like this one, but here remove this, and in the transition let's add stagger children property with 0.07 value and delay children with 0.05 value. Let me remove all this. Let's use this variant right here. Let's save this. Let me reload it. Now you should be able to see this staggered child animation. Now let's resolve this TypeScript error. So for this, we'll import the variance type from motion react. As you can see, the error is gone. Similar to this one, you can add multiple different properties to experiment with different animation styles. Now if you see, whenever I scroll down again and again, they are animating. But what if we want to show this animation only once? So for that, there is one property. So in the parent, just add viewport and set it to once to true. We should use the double brackets. Now if I reload this, so first time, yes, it's animating, but after it won't animate for the second time. So let's keep this as it is. Now we are going to use this reveal animation on like multiple different sections. So that's why it is better to create a separate animation component for this. So let's do that. So in the components, create one file, name it as reveal.tsx, and let's import everything. So first make it a client-side component. Let me import motion and variance, and then let's import this one. And first we'll create one for the parent element. So just say export function. Let's name it as reveal group, and this function will return one component with all these values. Set variant stagger parent. Let me just copy this. And for this component, ideally we should use something like this, motion.div or p or li ul. But in this case, since we are creating this component like as a universal component which can be used by multiple different HTML elements, so that's why we'll use it like this. const component equal to motion, and here we'll just say as. So you can say as can be div by default, and then the rest of the props. We'll pass this props right here, and here we have to set the type as type of motion dot div. Now this will give us a bit errors. We have to set the type for this as and props. So let's do that. Let me define the type reveal tag. It can be div or span, paragraph tag, ul, li, ol, dl. We'll use h2 as well, and then block quote. That's it. So let's use this reveal tag. Like this. That's it. So this is for the parent. Now let's create a similar for the child. Let me copy this. Let's change its name to reveal only. Let's keep everything as it is except for this. Remove this, and for variant we'll use this one. Let's save this and let's use this. So in place of this, we'll directly import the reveal group, and here as let's set it to ul. Now this will give us the type error because we are also passing class name in all these prompts, but here we have only set the type for as. So instead let's do that for the whole component. Let's just say type reveal props, and here we'll use HTML motion props from motion/react, and here pass the div as default, and we'll extend this type with as, which it will be optional, and its type is this one. Let's use right here. Now this error is gone. So similar to this, here we'll use the reveal, and let's remove this variants. That's it. Let me check again. Right, everything is working fine. Now let's create this selected work section. It has this automated you can say carousel. In the components folder, let's create one file. Let's name it as selected-work.tsx. Let's export the function name selected work. It will have react.react element type, and this function will just return one section. Let's just write selected work. Let's import it in the page. And here it is. So first let's add some styling. Set position to relative, border -t, and border color, which will be Hellline soft. Let's also add the ID and write work. After this section, we'll create one div. Let's add the class set margin left and right to auto, width to full, max width to, let's say, 1240 pixels, padding left and right to 6 for our smaller devices, and for our larger devices set padding left and right to 10, and set padding top to 20. For larger devices set PT to 28. Alright, so after this div, we'll create one more div, and in this div, first we'll create the header part, this one. So let's add one more div, and here set span, just write 0 1, and in another span element just write selected work, and here it is. So first let me add the style for this, display flex, item start, justify between, and gap to 6. For this div, set flex, item center, gap to 3. Now here we'll use that eyebrow class and set text color to muted ink. And for the selected work, set eyebrow class as well, set text to text ink and uppercase. After this div, let's add one more span, and here let's just write 2024 to 2026. Let's add class name, set font to mono, text to 11 pixels, tracking to 0.1, em, text color to text, muted ink, uppercase. So here it is. And after this div, let's add the main heading h2. Let me just copy this value and paste it right here. For the h2, let's add margin top to 10, max width to 20 ch, and then let's use clamp function here. For the text size, let's add clamp, so this h2 won't get smaller than 2 rem with the 4.4 ratio, and maximum up to 2.75 rem. Make sure you don't have any space between these values. Alright, it looks much better now. Now here, if you see, the letter spacing is quite a bit lot than this one, so let's decrease it. Let's go to the globals.css file, and in here we'll go to the page layer, and let's define different font weight and letter spacing and line height values for this h1 to h4 tag. So I think font weight should be similar, like 400 for all of them. So font weight will be 400. Letter spacing for h1 set minus 0.03 em, and line height set 1.1. Let me copy this. we'll keep the letter spacing 0.02 em and line height to 1.2. For h3, set this to 0.0125 and change this to 25. For h4, let me change this to h3, h4, set this to 0.05 em and here 1.3. Now it's looking much better. Still, let's decrease the tracking a bit more using negative 0.025 em. Alright, so after this we'll show all this content. So this div is completed. Let's create one more div and add class padding top to 12, padding bottom to 20, and for larger screen padding bottom to 28. And we'll add one more div with a class name, set margin left and right to auto with to full. Actually it will be similar to this one, up to this value, and then there should be one more div and one nav component. So in this nav component we'll use an order list, and then we'll import the projects from the content.ts file. Here they are. So let's import it. Projects dot map. This will give us the project and index. So let's use all this data. So from here we have index, title, description, year, status, tags, link, image. So this is the image which we have stored in the public folder, and the image alt tag. So let's use return li. First let's add the key project dot title, and in this li we'll have one button. In this button, for now let's just add one span, and in this span we'll use project dot index. Basically we are creating this numbers right here, and along with this span let's add one more. We'll show the project dot title. All right, now let's design this. First let me add the classes for this div. Set display flex, flex direction to column, gap to 8. Now we are gonna use flex for smaller devices. For larger devices we'll use grid, and grid column to 12. For LG, set items to stretch, and for LG set cap to 8. Now for the navigation, let's set flex column, and then we'll use the LG breakpoint. Here we'll use colspan 3 because above LG breakpoint we are using a grid, and for that column will start from 1 and the row start from 1 as well. And let's add the class name for OL, display flex, snap X, snap mandatory, gap to 2, overflow X to auto, padding bottom 1, and for a larger screen we'll use snap to none, and flex direction will be column, and set gap to 1, overflow visible, and for large screen PB will be 0. That's it. Now for the li, let's add snap center. Now for this button, let me add position to relative, display flex, item center, gap to 3, padding top and bottom to 2, text left, white space, no wrap. For LG, set width to full and white space to normal. Alright, now it looks much similar to this one. Now for this span, let's use grid, shrink 0, place items to center, font mono, text size to 11 pixels, and tracking, let's set it to 0.12 em, text muted soft, and tabular nums. That's it. For the project title, set text size to 14 pixels, leading to snug, and transition colors and text color to text ink. Let's set it to muted for now. When it's active, then we'll set it to ink. Alright, now after this we'll show this carousel. So in this code, let me first close this nav. After this nav, let's show the project cards. Let's add one div, and in here we'll use projects. Let me just copy this. Here we'll return the project card. So for now, let me just quickly create one empty component. Just name it as function project card, and this will return one div project card. Let's import it right here. Let's add the key project dot title and pass the project data. Now let's deconstruct this project data in the project card. So here we'll have project, and let's add the props type. Now this is the type we are importing from right here. Now this type should be here, and this will return the react element. Now instead of this, let's just render the project title for now. Alright, let's style this. Now first, let's style the parent div. Set position to relative, use isolate, grid, and for larger screen, set col span to 8 and col start from 4 and row start from 1. Set margin top to 2. That's it. Now let's go to the project card. In here, we'll set the grid area. In the brackets, write grid dash area 1:1, and then in this div, we'll use the card component from shadcn UI. Let's add one more div, to show the image. Import the image from next/image, and for its src we'll use project.image, and alt, let's use project.image alt, and we have to add the fill, or we have to add the width and height. So for now, let's just set aspect ratio to square. This will fix the error. Let's add few more classes. For the image, set object to cover, and along with this, set position to relative. Now it's much more better. Along with this, set overflow to hidden, border dash b, border headline, and for the larger screen than the empty breakpoint, set border r, and set border b to 0. For this div, let's set position to relative, set index to 10, grid height to full, grid calls to 1, and for MD, grid calls to 2. Alright, so we have image on the left, and we'll add the content on the right side. So after this image, let's add one more div. And then one span. In this span, just add slash project dot index. After this, add project dot here. That's the header for the project content. Then we'll use h3, and then we'll render the project dot title. Let's add p here. We'll use project dot description, and here is everything. Then we have tags and link. So after p, add one more div, and this div will use project dot tags dot map. This will give us the tag. Now here we'll use the badge component from shadcn UI, and here just add the tag name. Let's add the key and as a tag. Alright, so after this div, we'll render the link. Import the link from next/link, and in the href, we'll use project.href. Let's just add text, view, case study, and one icon, arrow up, right icon from phosphor icons, set its size to 14, and weight to bold. Alright, we are getting this error because we are importing this not as SSR. Alright, the error is gone. Now almost all the content is there in this card. So let's see, now we have to add last one, which is status. So after this link, add one span, and let's just say project.status. All right, now let's style all this content. All right, so first let's start with the card component. Let me reduce this. All right, so for a class, first let's add the position to relative, display flex, height to full, flex to column, overflow hidden, and let's keep the radius to rounded XL, set border, and let's save this. All right, so for the background color, use surface card, padding to 0, ring to 0, and transition colors, and set its duration to 300. Now after the image, let's style this div. It is for the content, flex column, padding to 6 for smaller devices, and for larger devices than SM breakpoint, let's increase the padding a little bit. And then let's add classes to this div, which contains the project index and the year. Set display to flex wrap, and items to center, and gap to 2. And here let's set eyebrow class and text muted in color. For the project year, let's set margin left to auto, font to mono, and text size to 11 pixels. Add tracking to 0.1 em, and text muted to ink. That's it. Now let's add class for the title. So in the h3, set margin top to 6, text to 1.625 em, and tracking, let's keep it to negative 0.0125 em. All right, now let's add class for the project description. Set margin top to 3, max width up to 44 ch, or you can say container height, text to 15 pixels, and leading to 1.6. Set color to text body. All right, now let's design this badges. Set margin top to 4, flex wrap, and items to center, gap to 2. And for the badge, let's add classes. Set rounded to full, and border hairline, padding left and right to 2, font to mono, and text to 10 pixels. Set tracking to 0.12 em, and set text to in color and uppercase. All right, and let's change its variant to ghost. Let's keep it outline instead of ghost because we want that gray background. Now let's add class for the card footer, or you can say this links and status. Set margin top to auto, display flex, items to center, justify between, and gap to 3, border top, and border hairline soft, and padding top to 5. Here it is. Now for the link, let's set inline flex, item center, gap to 2, border bottom, and let's keep it transparent, padding bottom to 1/2, and text SM, font weight to medium, text color to text dash ink. That's it. And on hover, let's increase the gap to 3, and let's give the border color border dash ink. That's it. Now for this span, let's set font mono, text size to 11 pixels, tracking to 0.08 em, and text muted in color. Alright, now let's add the transition here. So go to the links, and here let's set transition dash gap and border color. Alright, now it looks much better. Let me format this. Now let's go to the selected work section. Now here we have all list of cards, so let's convert this to like a carousel. So at a time we'll only show one card. So for that, let's create one use state, and let's name it as active. This to set active. Initially it will have a zeroth index, so the first card, and let's make this component use client component. Alright, so first we have this list. So on this button, we'll basically on click will set the different index, because here let's say if we click on this, it should load the first. If we click on this, it should load the fourth card. So similarly, let's create one function. Let's name it as go to const go to, and here we'll use the use callback from React, and here we'll pass the index, which will have a number type, and let's create this arrow function, and here let's use set active state, and here we'll just use indexed and modulo operator with total projects dot length. That's it. So let me explain the math behind this. So let's say we want to go to the third project. Alright, so we are starting with the 0th index. So ideally for a third project, it should go to the second index. So that's why we'll pass the second index to this goto function, which will eventually use this to modulo. Let's say we have total 5 projects, and then it is equal to 2. So it will go to this second index. So let's use this goto function. Now here we have to pass the empty dependency. Let's copy this and let's pass the index here. Let's save this, and we have to pass this active state in the project card as well. So let's just say is active equals to index is equal to active state. So if this index matches the active state, that means this project card is active. So let's go to the project card, and here we have to add the is active props is active So this will be nothing but a boolean. Let's use this in the project. Now in this card state, let me use the class merge utility, which is cn. First, let's paste all this class, and then we'll have one condition. If is active is true, then we'll set the border headline to strong, else we'll just set border headline. Let's save this. Now if you see the original one, so there is this animation like the card is coming very smoothly. So let's add that using framer motion. Right now we are showing all the list of cards, so let's show only single card. So in the project card section, let's make this div framer motion component. First import the motion from motion/react. Let's make it motion.div, and here we'll add all the motion properties. So first let's keep initial to false, and in animate let's set a few properties. So set opacity, if is active then 1, else 0. Set y-index is active then 0, else 14. And scale set is active then set to 1, else 0.97. Let's add the transition. Set duration to 0.5, and for ease let's copy that same array which we have in the motion file, sorry, the reveal.tsx file. Let me just copy this one. That's it. And let's use the style for a few properties like z-index. If is active, set to 10, else set to 1. And pointer events, if is active then set auto, else none. And set transform origin to top center. And let's also add the wheel change, is active then transform and opacity, else set to auto. That's it. Let's save this. Seems we have to check the styling. Let me check. All right, there is a typo. It should be grid area. If you click on second, third, fourth and fifth, now everything is loading just fine. So let's add both of this carousel buttons and this animated you can say counter ring. First let me go to this nav list, and here we'll add the hover property. So for the title, let me add group here. So on group hover, we'll just set text color to text dash body. Let's say whether it's working or not. Yes, it's working. And also let's add pointer to sorry, it should be cursor to pointer. All right. And for this, let me use the cn. And here we'll use the is active. So if is active, now here we cannot use is active, so similar to this one, we have to define it right here. So is active is equal to if index is similar to this active state. So if is active is true, then we'll change the text color to text ink, else we'll change the text color to muted ink. And let's add this property right here. Let me remove this. All right, now it is much better. So let's add the carousel buttons. Let's go to the top. Now before this project card, let's create one function called carousel arrows, or you can also name it as buttons. And this will return one div with 2 buttons. Let's render this right in the nav right here. Here it is. So in this div, we'll render 2 buttons. Let's use arrow left icon, and for its size set it to 16 and set weight to bold. Let's create a similar one, but here we'll import the arrow right icon, and let's design these icons. So first for div, let's add flex item center and gap to 3. And for the button, set size to 10, rounded to full. Border headline, let's use strong, and bg surface card, text color to text dash ink, transition to colors, and on hover let's set border color to ink. That's it. Let's copy this class name right here as well. All right, let's just set grid and place items center to center this arrow. Now here let's set margin top to auto to set this buttons at the bottom, and border dash t, set border dash headline soft, and padding top to 6. That's it. Now let's make it working buttons. So for that, inside the selected work component, we'll create a to function similar to this go to. Let's copy this here. Let's change it to go next, and in here let me remove this. First we'll get the previous state, and then we'll increase it. So previous state value plus 1, and similar to this, we'll use the modulo with projects dot length. Let's copy this and add one more. Just say go previous, and here instead of plus we'll use the -1 modulo projects dot length, and here we have to add another modulo to make sure this doesn't get negative value. So let's add this in a bracket and add one more modulo and projects dot length. That's it. Now let's pass both of this function to the carousel arrows. So on prev will pass on previous, and on next will pass go next. Let's define this props. On prev, on next, and here on prev it will be an empty arrow function. This is for the on next, and this function returns the react element. So let's use this. So on next, so in this button just say on click on next, and for this on click it should go to the on previous. That's it. Let's see if it is working or not. Yes, it's working just fine. Now let's automate this carousel like this one. You can see the counter ring, and after 6 to 7 seconds it is changing the slide. So let's do that. So for the counter ring, let's create one function called count down ring, and let's return one span, and let's render it within this button. So in the nav, all right, here it is. Here is the ring, and let me resolve this error. Let's go right here. Let's remove this. That's it. Now let's add one SVG for this countdown ring. Now in the span, let's set width and height to 10. Let's say it is 40 pixels. Let's set it to 5, so 20 pixels. And then let's add the SVG. So in the SVG, first we'll add the width. It will be similar to this one, 20px, and height to 20. Right, and let's add the view box as well. We'll keep 0, 0, 20, 20, and set class name to absolute. So here we have to add the position as relative, and then we'll add one circle. Now for this circle, let's add the cx value. So here cx is nothing but x coordinate of the circle. So for us, we are having 20 size, so 20 by 2. Same goes for the cy, 20 by 2. And for radius, let's keep it to 7. And fill none. We want an empty countdown ring. Stroke width, let's keep it to 1.5. And then let's add the class name stroke dash headline with 70 opacity. Now you should be able to see a very light ring right here. So let's see how we can animate this. Let's add one more circle on top of this one, and let's keep everything as it is. After this, let's add stroke line cap to round and change this color to stroke dash ink. Now you should be able to see the full circle. So we have two circles. One is the light color and another on top of that which have this dark color. So we'll actually reduce the circle whenever we animate it. So before we animate this, let's add the automated counter so that each slide move to the next one after a few seconds. So for that, in here, let's use one use effect. In here, first let's set one timer using set timeout, and here let's keep it to 7 seconds, so 7000 milliseconds. And here we'll use set active previous, use the previous state, and let me just copy this one, paste right here. So after each 7 second, we'll change the slide to next one, and here let's add a return for a clear timeout and add the timer. That's it. Now let's save this. After a few seconds, it should change to the next one. All right, and it is working just fine. Now let's add the animation on the ring. So for that, remember that we have kept this 7 seconds per slide. So in this dark circle, first we'll add the stroke dash array. It will be 2 into math dot pi into r. So r is the radius of the circle, so it is 7. All right, it should be stroke dash array, not the offset. Let's add stroke dash offset. So let's add any value, let's say 80. Here you should be able to see that the offset is changed to this one. If I change this value to, let's say 10, now here it is. So we'll actually animate this offset value. So for that, let's use the style, and in here add one more bracket. Let's set animation, and then we'll use a selected work ring. This is the media frame that we have to define in the globals.css file. So let's open the globals.css, and at the end let's use keyframes, selected work ring, and here from we'll use the stroke dash offset. It will start from the 0, then to 2. Here we will use the variable, and let's name it as a countdown ring circumference. Let's see how we can add this value. So in the selected work, before the style, we'll define the same variable. Let me copy its name. It will be as string, and then we'll just use the circumference. So let's define that as well. So const circumference is equal to 2 into math.pi into radius, which is 7. So let's use that right here, and let's complete this. So this will run for every 7 seconds. Let me change this to backticks. 7 second and linear and forwards. Let's save this. Now you should be able to see it will run for up to 7 seconds. Now here we have countdown ring right here. So instead of showing this numbers on the right side, we will show it inside this ring. So let's do that. Right now we are showing this span as a project index. So instead, let's use is active. Then we'll use this countdown ring, else we'll render this. Inside this countdown ring, let's add the label where we will pass the project.index. That's it. So let's add types for this label right here. It will be string type, and this function will return react.react element. Let's add the label right here. As you can see, the ring is showing only for the active slide. Let's add the class name, set font to mono, text to 11 pixels, text color to ink, and add tabular nums. Let's increase the size of this whole SVG. So instead of 20, let's set it to 26. And here as well, we have to change the size. So instead of class name, let's add using style. Width to 26, height to 26 as well. Let's use grade, shrink to 0, place items center. Now here it seems this is not in the loop. Let me first add this span right here. Let's check the use effect. Right now it should run whenever there is change in the active state. Let me reload this, and it's working just fine. So we have 26 size. Let's add negative, rotate to 90. Now ideally the radius should be like this, size which is 26 minus the stroke which is 1.5 divided by 2. So let's use this. Just right here and here as well, and also here. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now this looks much better. Now it is a little bit on the right side. It should be ideally on the same same column. So let's go right here. Since we have used this width and height, let's make sure the regular project index also use this same. All right, now it looks much better. everything is working as expected. And the last component is the timeline, like this one. So let's add this. Similar to this, it is also changing this color. So let me first format this, and before the countdown ring, let's add the timeline. This will return react element. Let's just return one div for now, and let's render this timeline right after the navigation. Let's add one more div, add the timeline. For the div, we'll set width to full. Okay, here it is. So let's create it. First, inside the div, let's set position to relative, background to hairline, height to full, and width to 1 pixel, or you can say px. Now let me just remove this for now. Inside this div, let's use projects dot map. This will return project and index. And let's return one div. And in this div, first we'll use one span and just write the project dot year. And as a key, let's use project dot title. Here are all the years, project years. Now let's style this. Let's set position to absolute and left to 1/2. Display flex minus translate x to 1/2, items to center. All right, and for this one, let's set absolute font mono, text to 10 pixels, and set tabular nums, and set transition to colors. Let's add the color, text muted soft with 70 opacity, and here we'll also add left 3. Now in the timeline, we'll also pass the whether the slide is active or not. So if it is active, it will move the dark line. So let's use active and set its type, which will be number. And in the timeline, let's pass it right here. Now let's use this active state. Now inside the map function, first we'll use active is active. For that, compare the index with the active value, and then we'll calculate the offset. So if let's use backticks, and here we'll use the index modulo projects dot length, and let's multiply it with 100, and here we'll add the percentage. So let's use this offset in this div. We'll use the style, set top, and add the offset value. Now you should be able to see all this offset. Now we are not able to see the all the years, so we may have to reduce this. So that's why we'll add one 0.0 or 0.5 value. Actually, it should not be modular. We have to divide the index by total project length. So now you should be able to see all the years are there. Now let's add a field line right here. So right in this div before the projects, let's add one more div. Let's use self-closing div and set position to absolute, inset x 0, top to 0, origin from the top, and bg dash ink. And let's add the height using style. So here the height will be, so we have to set according to the current active slide. If I use 100%, let's say if I use 100% height, then it will fill up this whole thing. But let's say we are on the second, so it should fill it up till at least 2025. So for that we have to calculate the base fraction number till which this line should be filled up. So let's do that. Here let's define one variable called base fraction, and for that we'll use active divided by projects dot length. Let's use this base fraction right here. Let's use backticks and pass the base fraction and into 100 at the percentage. Now as you can see, for fifth one it is right here. For the second it is up to 2025. Now let's see how we can animate this line. So after this div, let's add one more. It will be self-closing div. Let me add the class name. It will be almost similar to this one. Let me remove this top 0 and let's add the style. Here for a top, we'll start with the base fraction into 100%, and for height, here we'll define another like you can say segment fraction. So basically the height between these two. So for that we can do 1 divided by projects. Actually let's define it right here. Const segment fraction is equal to 1 divided by projects dot length, and let's use this right here. Multiply it with 100 and add the percentage, and then we'll use animation. For the animation, let's add the keyframe. Let's set selected dash work dash fill dash y, and let's define this right here. Let me copy this. Instead of stroke of dash offset, we'll use transform, and initially we'll set it to scale y to 0, and then we'll use scale y to 1. Alright, and let's add 7 seconds, and then we'll add the linear and forwards. Now you should be able to see it's changing this height. Let me reload this. Alright, for one, it's working just fine. Let's see for the second one. Now it is quickly jumping instead of animating. Let me add a key here. Key will be the active. Now it's working for the fourth card and even for the fifth one. Alright. Let's add this dot. So inside this projects map, after this div, let me format this first. Okay, before this span, we'll add one more span. It will be self-closing. Let's add class name, set display blocks size to 1.5, round it to full, and transition to colors, and set bg ink. So here are all the dots. Let's make this a motion component, motion dot span, and here let's use animate. Set scale, if is active is true, set scale to 1.4, else set it to 1, and set transition, set duration to 0.3, and for ease we'll use the same array as this reveal. Now you can see the scale is working just fine. Let's change the display color. Let me copy this, and here we'll use the cn. So if is active, then we'll use bg-ink, else we'll use bg-headline strong. Right now it looks much better. Similar to this one, let's add the color right here. Let me use cn utility. So if is active, set text muted ink. If not, we'll set text muted soft with 70 opacity. Let me remove this color. Right now it looks much better. I think that's about it. Our selected work component is completed. Now let's create this capabilities. Let's go to the components, create one file called capabilities.tsx, and here we'll export one function called capabilities, which will return react.react element, and let's just return one section. Just say capabilities. Let's import it in the page.tsx file. All right, right here. So first we'll have this header, then there is the title, and then we have this 3 beautiful cards. So for all the content, I have already added them right here in the content.ts file. Here it is. We have number, title, body, and all the items. So we have total 4 data points to render. So let's do that. Go to the capabilities for this section. First, let's add the ID. We'll add the class name. Set border dash top border color to hell line soft, padding top and bottom to 20 for smaller devices, otherwise set it to 28 py. Okay, now that's for the section. Let's add one div. Set the class name, set margin left and right to auto, width to full and maximum width to 1240 pixels, padding left and right to 6, and for the larger screen set padding left and right to 10. Now in this div we'll start with the head. The head of this component have two things. One is this label and another is this text. So let's define it. Let's add one div, set class name, margin bottom to 12, add one more div and one more. Here we'll add two span. One is to have the number and another is the label. So the label is capabilities. Let's paste it right here, and after this div we'll have the h2 tag. Let me copy the title and paste it right here. All right, actually with this we have one more. Let's add span, and in this span we'll write this text. This h2 should be after this div. All right, so let's design this. First we'll add class to this div, set margin bottom to 10, display flex, items start, and justify between gap to 6. All right, now this div, display flex, items to center, gap to 3, and for this one we'll use the eyebrow class, text muted ink. Let me copy this, paste it right here. Let's set it to uppercase. Done. And for this one let's set font mono, text to 11 pixels, set text muted ink uppercase. That's it. Now for the h2 let's add the class name, set max width to 20, container height, text. Here again we'll use the clamp function. In this function, first the minimum size should be 2 RAM with 4.4 VW rate. It should increase or maximum go up to 2.75 RAM. And for the tracking, let's set negative 0.025 EM. That's it. All right, so we have set the title. Now if you see this original one, we also have reveal animation for all these 3 cards. So for that we'll use the reveal component. So after this div, let me add reveal group from reveal component file, and this group will first import the capabilities content dot map. Let's use cap and I for index. So this will return the reveal elements. First, let's add the key cap dot title, and in here we'll use the card component. Let's just add one span for now and use capability dot number. Make sure you import this card from the shadcn UI components. All right, let's see. Here we have 3 cards. Let's design all these cards. So if you see the content, or first we have this number, title, body, items, and we also are rendering the icons. Like these are the SVG icons. So let's render that as well. Now if you go to the lib along with the content.ts, I have also included the capability icons file. So we have 3 icons and we are exporting it like this. So let's use this in the capabilities. So here we use icon is equal to capabilities icons, and here pass the index. So inside this card, first let me add one div. In this div, let's add the span, and here we'll render the icon. Let's save this and check this out. Alright, we have got the error. So let's see, we are importing this icons from here, and this is using the frame of motion. Ideally this should be the use client component. Alright, the error is gone, and here are 3 icons. Let's design this. So first in the card, let me set display to flex, height to full, flex column, gap to 5. Let's use rounded LG radius. And first let's add class name to set the card positions. Set display flex, or let's keep it grid column 1 for small screen devices, and gap 6 for larger than MD breakpoint. Set GC2, and for LG breakpoint set GC3. Alright, so now we have 3 cards. And then here after the radius, set border color to border headline, and background to BG, surface card, and padding to 7, ring 0, and transition colors. So on hover we'll set the border headline strong. Alright, now for this div, let's set display flex items to start and justify between. For the span, first we'll set the size to 14 and text muted ink. Then set the transition to colors, duration to 300, and on hover, so we have to use a group right here. So on group dash hover, We'll change the text color to text-ink. It's working fine. That's it. And after this icon span, we'll add one more, and here we'll use cap.num. Let's add the class name, set eyebrow text muted ink. After this div, let's add the h3, and inside the h3 we'll render the cap.title. After h3, let's use p tag, and here render the cap.body. Let me add the classes for the h3. Set text size to 1.625 RAM. Let's save this. Let's add the tracking to -0.0125 EM. Now for the body, let's set text to 15 pixels. Set leading to 1.6 and text color to text-body. After this, we'll render the list of skills. So let's do that. After the P, use UL, and then use capability.items.map. This will give us the skill. Let's return the li tag. Here, just render skill, and for the key, pass skill as well. Alright, let me add class name for the UL grade column to 2, gap x to 4, and gap y to 1.5, border -t, border color to headline soft, and padding top to 4. Now for the li, let's set display flex items to center, gap to 2, font mono, and text size to 11 pixels, and set text color to text-ink. Alright, we'll also render this bullets. We'll create custom bullets. So let's go to the globals.css file, and inside this component, after eyebrow, let's add mono dash bullet. We'll use the before pseudo class. Set content to empty, height to 0.25 RAM, and width to 0.25 RAM as well. Set radius to full, so you can just say 99 pixels. And for background, we'll use variable, and we'll use the headline strong. Let's use this right here. Let's change this to pixels instead of RAM. Let's just set it to 4 pixels. Now it is clearly visible. Let's see if it is animating or not. Alright, so reveal is working just fine. Now the capabilities section is completed. So now let's start with this approach. So if you see, all these headers are almost same for each of these sections. So we'll just copy and paste this one. Let's go to the components folder and create one file called approach.tsx, and let's export one function called approach. This will return react.react element, and let's just return one section approach and render it in the page component. So first let me just open the capabilities, and let's just for now let me copy this whole section, paste it right here. Let's import all this, and also make this a use client component. Let me clear this out and save this. Okay, so for approach, I think since this is selected work, this should be 02. So let me change that. This should be 02, and for this approach we'll change this to 1 and add the approach, and then we'll use how I work right here, and let's just copy this title. Alright, so the header section is done. Now let's create this 4 cards. Now this reveal group will be as order list, and inside this we'll use approach steps from the content.ts file. Let me show that to you. This is capabilities, this is the approach steps. So we have step ID, we have title, and we have description. So that's why K, T, and D. So let's use the dot map. It will give us the step, and then we'll render the reveal, and this reveal will be as li element. Now let's add one span here. First we'll render the step.k, then we'll have h3, we'll render step.t title, and then we'll have a p, so step.d description. Let's save this. Alright, here it is. Let's add key, step.k, so we have 4 steps. Now let's style all this. So first in the reveal group, instead of 3, we'll render the 4 columns, and in the reveal let's add class names. So this is the li tag. Let's set position to relative, display flex, flex column, gap to 3.5, border B, and border color to hairline, padding left and right to 6, padding top and bottom to 7, and transition colors duration to 300, and for the last element we'll keep border B to 0. On hover, set BG color to BG surface card, and for larger screen than the MD breakpoints we'll set border be 0. So for now we won't show any border, but we'll show it for the smaller screens. So hover is working just fine, and for a larger screen, show the border -r. So we are having all this border. Let's not show this border for the last element. So for LG, set last element border -r -0. Now this border is gone. Now next, let's add classes for this one. Set eyebrow text muted ink, and for the h3, set text -lg leading, set to 1.25, font medium, and tracking to -0.01 em. Now for the description, let's set text to sm leading to 1.55, text color to text-body. That's it. Now if you see here, we have this animated line on top on hover. So let's add this line. So before the span, we'll add one self-closing span element. Let's add the class name. Set position absolute, top to 0, left to 0, height to 1 pixel, so h-px, width to 6, and then let's set bg ink. Now this one is visible. Set transition width and duration 500. Now for ease, we'll use the cubic bezier with the same value as the reveal. Let's copy this, paste it right here. That's it. And on group dash hover, we'll use width to full. So let's add the group class here. Now it's working great. Here, let me remove this gap. Right, now it looks much better. Let me reload this. Let's see if it is animating or not. Okay, animation is quite subtle. So the approach component is done. Now let's create this stack. Now before that, since we are sending this approach right here, so let's add the ID instead of capabilities. Set approach it is process ID, so let's change this to process. Let me reload this again. Click on approach. All right, we are right here. Just a second. In the open the globals.css file, and in here let's go to the base layer. Before the body, let's add HTML. Here let's set scroll behavior to smooth and scroll padding top to 5 rem. Let me format this and let's see if it is working or not. We click on approach, work. Okay, it's working. Approach, yes, it's working just fine. So let's create this next component. We close all this, create one file. called stack.tsx. Let me change this to smaller letter. Use export function stack. This will return react element, and let's return the section. Just say stack, and let's render it right after the approach. It seems there is some issue. Let me just reload the server. Okay, here it is. Same as the approach. Let's copy its whole section. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Also, let's copy the reveal. Let's make it use client component, and let me remove all this. So first change this to stack, and let's go right here. This is 04 stack and tool/2026 stack 04, and that's it. Let me copy this, paste it right here. All right. Now let's add both of this content. First, let me remove this because we have only 2 columns. Now in here, let's use reveal, and in this reveal, first we'll render the h3. Copy this, and then let's render the p tag with this text. Style this. So in this reveal, first we'll use the column span 4, and here for large screen set GC to 12. So from 12 column we are using the 4 column to show this element. For the h3, set text size to 1.625 RAM and 0.0125 EM. And for the p tag, margin top to 4, max width to 36, container height text to 15 pixels. Actually I'm calling this ch container height, but it is, so you can say it is ch for characters. So basically 1 ch is equal to width of 1 character. So here we have a width of 36 characters. And after the text size, set leading to 1.6, text to body. That's about it. And then we'll have one more reveal where we'll create something like this window where we'll display all the skills. Let's change this to 8, and in here first import the card. Inside this card, let's create one div. First let's create this bar, this top bar. So in this div, let's create one span, and then we have self-closing span. Let's add 3 span for 3 colored buttons, and after this span, let me add one more to render this text. Now let's design this. Let's set overflow to hidden and rounded LG. Then we'll set the BG surface card, padding to 0 and ring to 0. Let me reload this. So here is our card. And for the div, items to center, gap to 2.5, border bottom, set border hairline, BG canvas soft, padding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 3, font mono, and text size to, let's keep it to 11 pixels. Text muted ink. Alright, looks great. Now for this one, let's set flex and gap to 1.5. For this, let's add size to 2.5, rounded to full, and BG color to Tom red. Let me remove this, copy this, paste it for 2 more times. Here we'll change this to yellow and change this to green. Right, here it is. For this one, let me set margin left to 1.5 and tracking to 0.04 em. Then we have this saved text. So after this one, add one more and just say saved. Set the class name, set margin left to auto, display flex, item center, gap to 1.5, text muted soft. Before saved, let's add one self closing span where we'll render the green dot. So set size to 1.5 and set rounded to full, set BG success. That's it. So the top bar is done. Now let me show you the content. So here we have title and items. So first is the value, then the label, value and label. We have divided into 4 sections: applications, server and data, AI and workflows, and infra. So let's render all this. After this div, let's create one more, and here let's copy this, take underscore pens dot map. So we have one pen and index. Let's render this div. First, let's add the key pen dot title, and then we have one more div. Here we'll render pen dot title. Then we'll use the UL, and inside this UL, let's render pen dot items dot map. This will give us 2 items. Let's deconstruct it, name and tag, or you can also say value and label. Let's use the arrow function and use the li. First, add the key as a name, and then add one span. Here we'll render the name and create one more and add the tag. Alright, so we have all the content. Now let's style this. First, the div, set display to grid, create column 1 for smaller devices, divide it with Y. Now you should be able to see all the pens are divided with this border. Divide color should be hairline, and for the screens bigger than MD breakpoint, set grid columns to 2 and set divide Y to 0. Now we have divided into 2 columns. Now for this div, let's set padding to 6. Now for the title, let's set eyebrow class, margin bottom to 3.5, display flex items to center, gap to 2, text color to muted ink, and uppercase, transition to colors, and then set the so basically we are gonna render this dots. So on hover it will show the dark color, otherwise it is light gray. So let's do that using the before pseudo class. So just say before height size to 1.5, and in the before round it to full. Again let's use the before and set bg hairline strong, transition colors, and set the content as well, content dash empty string, group over before bg ink. We have to give group class to this div. Right now it's working just fine. Now for the UL, let's set display to flex, flex column, and gap to 2. Now for the li, set display flex items to baseline, gap to 2, font to mono, text to 13 pixels, and text color to ink. Now for the name, I think it is just fine. We have to add the class for the tag, margin left to auto, text to 10 pixels, and tracking let's set to 0.08 em, set text muted ink, uppercase, set transition colors, and group over set text dash ink. All right, looking good. We have to add a group class in the li, but since this group has already one class, so we'll name it a different one. So to name any group, you can just write slash and just write the name, and then use it like this, group over slash group name. Now it's working just fine. So let's see how we can animate this. Let me reload this, and if I go down, so we are animating this list one by one. So let's use the framer motion for that. First let me import motion from motion/react, and then let's use the variants and the motion components. So Inside this reveal, first we have a card. In this div, let's make it a frame of motion component. First, we'll define variants. You can say pen stagger. So let's add this variant right here, pen stagger. Let's add its type. Set empty for a hidden, and for a show, let's set. Let me just copy it from the reveal. Let's copy this, paste it right here. Now let's change its value to 0.12 and delay children by 0.08. That's it. And now in the initial, let's set it to hidden, and while in view, let's set it to show. And for a viewport, let's set it to once true. Let me just comment this out for now. Now for this div, let's also make it motion element. For a variance, let's name it as line stagger, and let's add variant for this. Let me copy this. Hidden should be empty, and let me copy this, paste it right here, remove this delay children, and set the stagger children to 0.05. And there will be one more variant for each line item. So let's name it as line item variance. So for hidden, we'll set opacity to 0 and Y to 6. And then for a show, we'll set opacity to 1 and Y to 0. Transition, let's set duration to 0.4, and for ease, let's copy this array. Let's use this line item. Since we have used this line stagger variant in this div, so for this one, we'll use the line item as variance. Change this to motion.dev. Now this is for the pen title. Now for the UL, we'll make it as a parent of this li element. So that's why we'll use the line stagger, and we'll use this line item for this li. Let's save this. It seems it's not working. Let me see the variance. Okay, there's this typo. It's working just fine. Let me enable this, and let's reload it. Okay, it looks great. So I think that's about it for the stake component. Now next, we'll create this about, where we have this about content and a simple context section, and this beautiful image in the background. Let me close all this. Let's open the components folder and create one file called contact.tsx, and here let's export the contact function. This will return react.react element, and let's return one div. Let's render it on the page file. Let's save this. Here it is. So for the contact, in this section we have actually two sections. One is for about and another is for the contact. So let's add both of them. Now for this div, first let me add class name, set position to relative. Let's use isolate and overflow to hidden. And then first let's render the background image. Let me import it. So import contact cover from public /assets/ contact cover image. Let's pass it to the src. For the alt, let's just say code bugs contact section. For sizes, set this to 100 viewport width, and let's add the class name. We have to export this image from next/image. In the class, let's set pointer events to none, set absolute, inset 0, and set index to -10, set width to full, height to full, object cover, and set opacity to 20. Let's save this. Right now I don't think it will show the image because we don't have any content on this, but if I just, let's say, hide to screen, then it will show this image. Now let's move this image a bit. So we can say object 25%. Now this position is for small screen devices. For larger than SM breakpoint, we'll set the object to top left, and for the larger screen we'll change the opacity to 0.4. Right, now let's add the content. For now let me just remove this. Now after this image we'll have one section for about and another for the contact. Let's actually copy the section from this approach component, paste it right here. Also let's import this and make this client side component by adding use client directive. Let's remove this. So first we'll add this about and who right here. Change this to 05, and for this title let's copy this. All right, now here we are showing side by side, so we have to reduce this to 50%, and on the other half we'll render this one. So let's do that. let me remove all this. We are not gonna show the border top. Change this ID to about. Now here, let's use the grid column 12 and items and gap to 6. And then here, let me remove this. We'll set col span to 12, display flex, item center, and gap to 3. For larger screen, we'll set col span to 3. Now let me actually copy this, both of this span, and add inside this div. Let me remove this one. And let me see the original one first. So we have 05 about and who. Let's go right here. Right, so in this div we have 2 span tags, and then let me remove this h2, and here let's just say who. For class name, set text-right, font to mono, text to 11 pixels, and tracking, set it to 0.1 em, text muted ink, uppercase. For MD, set col span to 2. Let's save this. Alright, so we have both of this. Let's remove this one. Alright, now let's add this. So inside this reveal group, let's remove this. We want reveal group as the div element, and then we'll use the reveal. Inside this reveal, let me use the paragraph tag, and let's paste this. Alright, so for the reveal, let's add class name, set for a LG col span 6, and for a reveal group for LG, set this to 12, and for a P, let's set max width to 22 characters, and text, let's use the clamp function, set the minimum 1.5 RAM, 2.6 VW, and 2.125 RAM. Set leading to 1.25, set tracking to negative 0.02 em, and text color to text-ink. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Now let's render all these details. So for that, let's open the content.ts file, and here are all the details inside this about_meta. Let's use this as log quote element, and after this reveal, let's add one more. This will be as DL, so details, and let's import the about meta from content. Let's use .map. Now let me see the content. So we have a key here and the value. So from the map, let's deconstruct it, key and v, and then we'll use the div element. Inside this div, let's use dt, details element, and here we'll render the k, and then we'll render the V right here. Now this dt, you can say it like a description term, and this is the description details. Now both of this are enclosed by DL. So DL is like a description list. For this div, let me add the class name. First, let's add the key. So k as a key. Let's save this. Here are all the details. First, let's add a class here. Set border dash t, border headline, and for LG set col span to 4. Alright, and then for this div, let's set display flags, set items baseline, justified between, gap to 4, border bottom, border color to headline, padding top and bottom to 4, font to mono, and text size to 12 pixels. Alright, let's set this to 8. Okay, now it looks much better. Now for the DT, let's set text size to 11 pixels, tracking to 0.08 em, text muted ink, and uppercase. Looks good. Now let's add class for the value. So here set text color to text dash ink. That's it. I think the about section is done. Now let's create the contact section like this one. So after this section, let's add one more. Let's add one div. Let me just copy all these classes and paste it right here. And for the ID, set this to contact. And for the class name, set position relative, padding top and bottom to 24. But for a larger screen than SM, set padding top and bottom to 32. Alright, and here let's add one more div. We'll use the reveal group, and in this reveal group, let's use reveal, and here let's add span tag. Let's just say 06 and add one more span, add contact. Here it is. Let's add class name for this div. Set grid columns to 1 for LG GC12. And for the reveal group, for LG, let's use col span 7 and col start from 6th column and text to right. Alright, now in the reveal, let's use eyebrow, display flags, items to center, gap to 3, text muted ink, uppercase, and for LG, set justify to end. And for this, set text color to text dash ink. After this reveal, we'll add one more. This will be as span element, and this will be as h2. Let me copy title from here. And let's add the class name. Set margin top to 6, max width to 18 characters, text to clamp, minimum 1.5 RAM with 2.6 VW rate, 2.125 RAM maximum or text size. Set leading to 1.25 and set tracking. Let's use negative 0.02 EM, and for LG set margin left to auto. Alright, looks great. Now after this, we'll add this description and two CTA buttons. Let's use one more reveal, and here paste the description. This will be as p tag. For the class name, set margin top to 5, max width to 48 characters, text size to text base, text color to text dash body, and for LG, set margin left to auto. Let's add the CTA buttons. So after this, let's use reveal again, and let's import the button from UI/button. Here first we'll add the link, so import the link from next/link. For its href, let's just say mail to codebugs@gmail.com, and set target to blank, and that's it. Here let's write start a conversation and one arrow upright icon with a size 14 and weight to bold. Alright, now here let's use as child attribute. Copy this button, paste it for one more time, and here let's just say hash and change this text to book a 20-minute intro. Here you can add your cal.com link. Let me remove icon from here, and this will be of different variant. Let's use outline. First, let's add margin top to 9, inline flex wrap, set gap to 3, and for LG, set justify end. Now for this button, set height to 11, rounded MD, BG primary, set padding left and right to 5, text SM, font weight to medium, set text on primary, and on hover we'll change background to primary active. Now for this button, let's set height to 11, rounded MD, border line strong, and BG surface card padding left and right to 5, text size to SM, font medium, and text color to text-ink, and on hover use BG canvas soft. Alright, both buttons are ready. So I guess our context section is also completed. Now let's add this white gradient like cloud effect. So we can add that after the image. Here let's use one self-closing div and add the class name. We'll use pointer events to none, use position to absolute, inset x to 0, top to 0, negative z index to 10, height to 40. That's it. So we'll make this like a hazy color. So let's use gradient, BG gradient dash to B. So gradient to bottom. We can use this as well, BG linear to B. From canvas color via canvas with let's say 60 opacity and 2 transparent. Let's save this. Alright, now there is no that solid border. Let's do the same for the bottom. Copy this, paste it right here, and instead of top, let's change this to bottom. We'll change the gradient to top. Alright, now let's add the footer. So we have this logo, text, and this links, and at the bottom we have this design and built with care by Codebugs text and the date where we have updated this portfolio. So let's go to the contact components folder, create one file called footer.tsx. Let's add the site dash footer here because we have similar for the header, and let me export one function called site footer which will return react element, and here we'll use the footer element. Let's render this site footer inside the layout file. After this children, let's render site footer. That's it, and here it is. So for footer we have all this links. First let me add a class name. We can actually use this one. Let's use this. We have used this same maximum width to rest of the components. Let's add one more. Here we'll use grid calls to gap 8. Now this is for the smaller devices, and for the larger devices we'll use grid calls to 5 and gap x to 8. Add one more div. In this div we'll use the link. Let me actually grab it from the site header. Let's copy this, paste it right here. Import the link from next/link. Let's save this. Right, here it is. We have to change its color. Let's change this text color to text dash ink. Looks good. Now after this link, let's add the p tag, and let me just copy this, paste it right here. Let's add the class name, set margin top to 3, max width to 32 character length, text sm leading to 1.55, text color to text dash body. Alright, let's increase the width of this div, set goal span to 2. That's it. Alright, now for the footer, let's use bg canvas and padding top to 14, padding bottom to 10. Now after this div, let's use the footer columns. This data, we have title and links, dot map column, and let's use one div. First, let's add the key. Let's use column dot title. In this div, let's use h4 and render the column dot title. After this, let's use ul, and here we'll use column dot links dot map. Let's deconstruct the label and href and return the li tag. Let's add the key, use label as key, and in the li, let's use link. For href, use href, and here let's render the label. That's it. Alright, let's design this. First, let's add the classes for the h4. So we have one caption class. This is, let's use it right here. Margin bottom to 4, text muted ink. Alright, and for the ul, let's use flex column and gap to 2. For the link, let's use text size to sm, text color to text dash body, transition colors, and on hover, change text color to text dash ink. Alright, everything looks great. Now after this, let's add one more div and use h4. We'll render this text. So we have now then Q3 2026, 2 slots and remote India, your own location. And let's use ul and one li tag, just say q3 2026, and then we have dot. So for that we'll use mid dot and semicolon, 2 slots. For another li, let's just say a remote, again ampersand mid dot, and write your location. Alright, so let's add class for now. Caption dash uppercase, margin bottom to 4, text mutate to ink. For the UL, set display flex column, gap to 2, and text size to text-sm. Now for the li, let's set the text color to text-ink, and here and the text color to text-body. Alright, that's it. And now let's add this last bottom content. So after this div, actually let's close this and add right here. Let's use one div and span tag. Here we'll use the ampersand copy symbol 2026 and use ampersand mid dot designed. Let's use AMP built with care by Codebugs. Here let me use the link. You can add your other website's link, for example https codebugs.agency, and after this span add one more, just say last updated. Let's just add 06/26. Let me add the classes for this div. Set margin top to 12, display flex wrap, items to center, justify between, gap to 3, set border to top, border color to hairline soft, padding top to 6, font to mono, set text size to 11 pixels, and let's use tracking. Now here we have used tracking a lot on the text element, and it is very minor value, but this is what makes the text look a bit different than those usual websites. It brings that premium feel. So after the tracking, let's change the color to muted ink. Alright, for this link, let me add text color to text-body and transition colors, and on hover change text color to text-ink. I think that's about it. So footer is also done. So our whole website is fully built. Let me reload this. Right, everything working just fine. Now let's make it mobile responsive. Now before we make this a fully mobile responsive, first let's check out this site header in the final portfolio. So right now it has a white colored text, and if I scroll past this hero, it is changing to this black text, and the CTA button is also changing its style. So when it is on as an overlay over this hero section, it has a transparent background, and when we scroll past this hero section, it has this white blurred background. So let's make this. So first, in the site header, we have to basically define two types of styling. One is for overlay and another is for solid. So for that, I have already created and provided this variants. So you can just copy all this and paste it right here. So let me explain this. So we have two variants, overlay and solid. So overlay will work when the navigation bar is on top of the hero section. Otherwise it will use this solid classes. So we have divided these classes into different elements. So for a header, it will use this class for the solid, and for a word mark, that means the logo, it will use text overlay cream for the overlay, while it will use the text ink when it is outside the hero section. So let's see how we can use these variants. Now let's make this use client component, because we are going to use one use state to determine whether the navigation bar has crossed the hero section or not. So first let me import it, and let's name it as solid and set solid. Initially it will be false. Then we'll use one use effect. First let's get the hero section. We can get it by using document dot get element by id and hero. Let's make sure we have that id right in this section. All right, and then we'll use the observer. So const observer is equal to new intersection observer, and here we'll use the entry, and then we'll set the solid state to entry dot is intersecting. So we want to know whether the navigation bar is intersecting the hero section or not. If it is not intersecting, that means we'll set solid to true, and after this we'll add one more root margin. We'll actually keep the top 80 pixel, the size of the this navigation, and for the rest let me just write 0 pixels. And then let's activate this observer by using observer dot observe the hero section, and in return we'll just use observer dot disconnect. Now there is this warning. Let's say if it cannot find the hero section, if no hero section, then just return. All right, and let me explain this. So first we find the hero section by using this id. Then we'll use the intersection observer. So ideally when the hero section is on the screen, we want an overlay style, overlay variant for the navigation bar, and when it scrolls away from the hero section, we want the solid styles. So that's why this single line can change this style from overlay to solid. So here intersecting just means currently it is overlapping the screen, so the hero section is fully on the screen, and that's why we'll keep the overlay. Otherwise we'll change it to solid style. Now here in the root margin we have used negative 80 pixels because that is the size of our navigation bar. We want to shrink the overall watch area. Otherwise the intersection observer will watch this full area, and after we cross this it won't change this to solid up to this, but ideally it should change this navigation bar to solid once its bottom touches the end of this hero section. Now let me explain the intersection observer if you don't know about it. It is a built-in browser API that efficiently tells you when an element enters or leaves the viewport. And because of this observer, we don't have to put any manual scroll listeners. You just have to give it an element to watch and a callback function. It fires only when on-off screen state changes. Now that's it. Now let's use this state and this variance. So first in the header, let's use the cn class merge utility. Actually, let me import this variance like this. Const styles is equal to variance styles, and if solid state is true, then use the solid variance or use the overlay, and let's use it right here. So styles dot header, let's save this and see whether it is working or not. All right, now we have this white background for the header. Now same goes for this word mark. Let me copy this and use cn. Here we'll use styles dot word mark. As you can see, its color is changing from black to white. Sorry, from white to black. And then let's do this for the navigation as well. Styles dot nav. All right. And same goes for the link. Styles dot nav link. And then we'll do the same for this CTA button. We'll use styles dot action. All right. Now let's make this a mobile responsive hamburger menu like this one. All right, so first we'll create one button after this link. Now here we'll have, let's render the list icon from phosphor icons with size 18 and weight regular. Let's add some classes, set inline flex, size 9, item center, justify to center, rounded to full, border, transition, colors. Okay, here it is. Now here we'll also use styles. So add all classes in cn and use styles dot trigger. Okay, it's working just fine. So we'll keep it hidden for up to MD breakpoints, and then we'll hide this navigation bar for smaller screens. So up to MD, use display flags, else keep it to hidden. Okay, now that nav bar is gone, let's do the same for this CTA button. Let's keep it hidden. Okay, it's gone now. Now let's create a working pop-up menu. So after both of this div, let's create the mobile drop down menu. Let me just copy this nav right here, and we'll change some classes. Let me actually remove all this for now, and let's add margin left and right to 4, margin bottom to 2, overlay hidden, rounded to 2xl, border padding to 2. For larger screen than SM, set margin left and right to 10, and for up to MD it will be hidden. And here instead of a nav we'll use styles dot panel. Okay, now let's design this links. Let me remove all this, and here let's set display type to block, rounded LG, px to 4, py to 3, text to 15 pixels, and transition colors. And here we'll use dot panel link. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. After this links, let's add one divider, a self-closing span with class name, set margin top and bottom to 2, display block, height to 1 pixel, width to full, and here we'll also use the cn, and we'll use styles dot panel link. Sorry, it should be panel divider. Here it is, and then at the end we'll add the CTA button. So after this span, let me copy this, paste it right here. Let's remove all this classes, and let's just say display flex, item center, gap 2, rounded LG, padding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 3, text should be 15 pixel, and transition colors. Here we'll use panel link. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Now let's add one state to open and close this menu. So on the top, let's create one state called menu open and close. Menu open, and set menu open. Initially set it to false, and let's use it in the hamburger button. So here on click, we'll use one arrow function, and then we'll use set menu open. First let's get the current open state and then change it so false become true and true becomes false. Let's save this, and for this navigation, let's render it only when the menu open is true. Alright, it's working good, but it's not closing this menu when I click outside of the screen. So let's implement a small button for that. So inside this nav, let me use fractals, paste the nav, and here we'll use one button. Let's use self-closing button and add the class name. So first set display to fixed, in set 0, negative z index to 10, cursor default, and PG overlay ink color with 30 opacity, and hidden up to MD breakpoints. Let me save this, and click on this button. Ideally we should just close the menu. So set menu open and add false. As you can see, there is an overlay after this panel. So if I click on that overlay, it is gone. Let me actually add the full color. So now you should be able to understand the button is as an full overlay after this panel. So when you click it, it will close the menu. All right. And here we have the smooth animation. So let's create it using Framer Motion. So for that, we'll use the animate presence component. So import animate presence from motion/react and then add all this. First, we'll make this nav as a motion component. We have to import the motion. Right, and here, so initially we'll set opacity to 0 and also let's set y index to -8 and on animate we'll set opacity to 1 and set y to 0 and let's add the exit. So on exit it should set the same value as the initial. And let's add the transition, set duration to 0.28 and ease, let's get it from this reveal component. Let's save this. It looks good. Now we have this overlay. It looks very sudden, so let's add the motion here as well. Motion dot button, and let's copy all this 3 and remove this y-axis. Let's also use this same transition here as well. Okay, now it looks much better. That's it for the header. Now let's adjust this button, and similar to this, we'll keep this person on the bottom left corner. So let's do that. Go to the hero section. Let's see where we are rendering the day and night switch. Okay, here it is. Let's open this component. Here we'll use the VG overlay ink with 40 opacity. Okay, now it looks good. And let's adjust the background image. So just right here, let's use object dash, so 72% underscore center. And for a larger screen, we'll set the object to center. And let's do the same for the video as well. All right, now this person comes on the bottom left corner. Also, let's hide this for the smaller devices. So we have token usage right here. So let's just add hidden and show after the LG breakpoints. All right, let's adjust the styling for this as well, similar to this one. we'll just remove this scroll part. Actually, it is just right here. Let's just add hidden and show it after the SM breakpoint. Alright, so the scroll is gone now. Then I think this component is already mobile responsive. Let's move this buttons at the center right here, and also maybe we have to remove this timeline for smaller screens. And let's make sure whenever we are on any slide, it should show this at the center of the screen. So let's do that. Let me close all this, open the selected work component. Now in the main portfolio, we are showing it like this. First, let's move this button positions. So here, let me add some classes. So if we have to add a class, we have to basically add them as a props right here. Just use string type, and here along with this we'll pass the class name. Right, so here we'll hide this when screen gets smaller than the LG breakpoint, else we'll just show it. Okay, now those buttons are gone. And then let me just copy this. After this project cards, let's show it right here. You can say mobile controls, and instead of flex, we'll use hidden, and here we'll use flex. Okay, both are down here. Let me also add justify center. All right. Now it looks much better. Now for this timeline, if you see this original one, if I reduce the width up to LG, then we are showing this timeline horizontally. Same goes for this slide labels or titles. And then we are removing this timeline after it hits the SM breakpoint. So let's do that same for this one. So in the timeline, we have to add the orientation prop. Just write orientation, and its type will be either horizontal or vertical. So let's create one variable called is horizontal. It will be true when orientation equals to the horizontal. And let's use this variable. For now, let me change this to cn and paste the class names. Here we'll use a condition. So if is horizontal is true, then we'll have height to 1 pixel, width to full, else we'll use this one. Now let's use this orientation. Now here we'll set the orientation to horizontal, And let me copy this and paste it right here. We'll set this to vertical. So we have two, one for the desktop and another for the smaller screen devices. So here let me add a few classes. So for a horizontal, we'll keep it block up to SM, and if the breakpoint is larger than LG, we'll hide it. And for this one, let's hide it up to LG, and after LG, let's set col span 1, set col start to 12, and use row start to 1. For LG, display will be flex column, and items center. Let's see. Right now it is vertical. So if I just go below 1024, it is showing as the horizontal. So for this, we have to add few more classes. Let me copy this. So if is horizontal, we'll render another one, else we'll render both of this div. One is the empty and another is the filled one. Here we have to change few classes. If it is horizontal, instead of inset x0, we'll set this to y. Instead of top, we'll set this to left, and origin to left as well. And instead of height, we'll change this to width. Same goes for this one. Left, width, that's it. And this one we have to change this as well. So let me, okay, let's copy this, create one more for x. Instead of y, we'll change this to x, and let's set this to x as well. Okay, now the animation is working perfectly fine. It is coming from the left to right. Now for the projects, let me just copy this. Let's use this cn, and here we'll use a condition is horizontal. Then we'll use top 1 by 2, negative translate 1 by 2, translate x to 1 by 2, and negative translate y to 1 by 2. Else let's just copy this. All right, and here for the offset, let me do it like this. So in this style, if is horizontal is true, set left offset, else set top offset. Right now everything is pretty decent. Let's change the style for this project dot year. So after is active, let's use is horizontal. Set the top 3, left to 1 by 2, negative translate x to 1 by 2 as well. Else we'll use left dash 3, and let's remove it from here. Okay, now all the ears are at the same center as this dot, and after the SM we should remove this timeline. So let me go down. Let's set this to hidden. All right. Now let's make sure this thing comes at the center depending on the slide number. Let me show that to you. So if I go to the third one, it is showing this third. If I go to the second, it is showing the second at the center, but we don't have that one. Let's say we are on the second one. Still, it's not showing that at the center. So let's do that. Now first we'll create a two reference. So in here, let me just define those two. Just name it as a constant active label ref using useRef, and it will be null. Let's create another one. Let's name it as label stripe ref, and we'll pass this active label right in the projects. So here it is. First we'll check whether it is active, then we'll set this, else we'll set it to null, and we'll set this label strip on the OL. Let's use both of this in use effect. First, let me grab the strip. So label strip ref dot current, and then let's grab the active label using active label ref dot current, and let's just put one condition. If there is no strip or there is no label, let's just return. And if strip dot scroll width less than or equal to strip dot client width, then also return. Now this will give us the type error. So for that we have to set the type just right here. Now this is HTML button element, or it will have a null, and this one is the HTML OL list element or null. Now the error is gone. So now this means if the whole stripe scroll width is less than or equal to the client width, then we are returning empty. Now this line, you can say it is a guard for a no operation on the desktop version. So for a desktop version, we are having this vertically, and we don't want to scroll anything on the horizontally because this is clearly visible. So that's why we have put that if the total scroll width is less than or equal to this client width, then we don't have to scroll. We can just return it. So after this, let's create one more variable. Let's say target is equal to label dot offset left minus strip dot client width divided by 2 plus label dot client width divided by 2. So this is the target. So let me explain this target. So basically this computes the scroll position that would place the label center in the center of this whole container, or you can say the whole stripe. So first we have a label dot offset left. So it is a distance from left edge of the stripe to the label, and then we are dividing this client width by 2. So it is to find the center of the visible area, and this is to find the center of the label. So let's say if we have a label offset to 600, and the client width is 400, which divided by 2, plus we have a label dot client width of 100. So ideally this should give us the scrolling position from left to 450 pixels. So basically we should show this label at the 450 pixels from the left side or left edge. Now let's use this target to scroll the element. So we'll use strip dot scroll to, and here we'll use left is equal to this target value, and then let's add the behavior to smooth. Now this should work when we have any change in the active state. Let me save this and let's see if it is working or not. Okay, it's working just fine. So if I click on 4, it should show this 4th one. All right, now let's see the next sections. Everything seems good. Here maybe for this section we have to hide this. Let's check the original one. Okay, we have hide all the other elements, so we have to hide this as well. So let's do that. First let me start with the context section. Here let's hide this and show it when there is a screen larger than the empty block. Alright, it's gone. Let's do this for a stack as well. Let me just copy this. Now for the approach, and the capabilities. Next is the selected work. Now let me just add one more thing. So open the layout file, and instead of this, just change this to whatever title and description you want. I want to keep the code bugs as a full stack engineer, and let me change this description to full stack engineer designing and shipping AI native software from the inference layer to the last interaction. Now apart from this, let me just add one more optimization. So here we are having this image. I think we have already done this, so I think we are good to go. That's the end of this video, and if you have made it this far, congratulations. We started with nothing more than an empty folder and a simple placeholder page, and step by step we transform it into a fully responsive, professional looking portfolio website. I hope you enjoyed building this project and picked up some valuable teachings along the way. If you found this tutorial helpful, make sure to leave a like, share it with others who might benefit from it, and subscribe for more web development tutorials. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Have a great day.